Welcome into Laurinburg, North Carolina for the final week of NAIA football with an Appalachian Athletic Conference matchup on hand. Two teams trying to end the season on a high note, both teams entering with an under 500 record. The Point University Skyhawks traveling up from West Point, Georgia to face off against the St. Andrews Knights. Mark Clemens, James Mellick here for you guys on the call this evening. Mark, two teams trying to get out of here on a high note this season. Both sub 500. One only got 3 wins and one only got 1. What are your keys for these two teams to make that happen?
I think one of the keys today is keeping your emotion under control, particularly if you're one of the seniors for St. Andrews. You want to play with emotion, but you want to play under control. You'd like to take a victory out. Coach Robert Curtin certainly would like to take a victory out for his team. But I think one of the things that how important this game is you're trying to build for the future. You want those guys headed into the weight rooms, the off-season workouts, and people are looking to come to St. Andrews in the future. They're all looking for momentum and what's going on. So you want to build that momentum. One of the things I've noticed this year, St. Andrews has been in most every game that we've been in. There's always 1 or 2 plays that kind of flip the script, and you go from being a 1-touchdown game or a 10-point game to, it seems like, multiply. So you gotta, it's how you react to those adverse plays. Make a good play the next one, forget the previous play.
Yeah.
And I think that's one of the things you need to do today. Concentrate on the next play, make the next play, make the next play. Those next play start to add up as you make those good plays, and I think that is what you're going to try to build on here today in this football game.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. You can't live off the last play that just happened. You can't fix that one. You can only fix the next play.
As the old country song said, there ain't no future in the past.
You are correct. There is no future in the past. The Knights come in here with a 1-9 record after dropping last week while we were here against Bluefield 50-12, and we mentioned at one point they were really into that game. They weren't far out of it. They were only down by about 14 there going into halftime, and then all of a sudden the wheels came off after half.
Yeah, exactly. And there were in the third quarter there were 1 or 2 plays. There was a blown coverage, I believe, in the secondary that cost a touchdown. There was a couple of penalties that just didn't go their way. That you can't control the zebras, but you can't let them control your emotion.
The Point University Skyhawks come in here 3-7, 2-2 in conference. Their last game was against Reinhardt, the number 9 team in the nation, which we've seen them in action.
We've seen Reinhardt, absolutely.
They are very talented. They ended up taking the loss in that one, the Skyhawks did, 48-21 against Reinhardt. So looking at what I've seen here between these two teams in the past, it's pretty even. I think the series is split 3-3 is what we were looking at. So it's a very good series here as we throw
we can throw that up on, give you the series.
As we toss that up on the screen here for you, we're looking at the series here at the meetings between these two teams. 3-3 the series, 1-1 at home and 2-2 on the road.
Point has won the last 2 matchups. This comes from the St. Andrews website. You see we're projecting a little bit out onto the screen here. Looks like the captains are coming up from down in the locker room. So I'm going to head down on the field and we'll be joining the festivities down there. We'll leave this with you for James and get everything ready to go. So, James, I'll leave this in your capable hands. I'll run downstairs and we'll get that coin toss.
Awesome. Thanks, Mark, for heading down there and getting the coin toss here today. As we talked about that one, we'll talk about what Reinhardt has to, or not Reinhardt, what Point has to do today to get the win. Basically, what Point has to do is they have to try to get ahead early against St. Andrews. Andrews tends to strike fast, so Point, if they want the win, they have to strike early. And St. Andrews, they just have to keep their foot on the gas all day here in Laurinburg for senior night. We just saw that all before the festivity, or before the game here, all the senior festivities. So a big day for all of the seniors here. Let's talk about the coaches for both teams. Trevor Zimmer, the first-year head coach for Point University, along with first-year head coach Robert Curtin for the St. Andrews Knights here on the near side. He's got the one big win this year, earlier this year when we were here for it. He got doused in Gatorade. So that's great to see for them as we see the captains on the far side of the field here from our vantage point. For the Skyhawks starting to walk in, the captains near side for the St. Andrews Knights. While we have a second, we'll give you all of them. One of them is senior quarterback Andrew Fowler. He is from Tusculum University, a D2 college from Michigan, along with number 95, which is Rashad Golson, a senior defensive tackle from Charleston, South Carolina. Got Evander Taylor, a senior linebacker from Wilston, South Carolina. And then number 52, to round them out, Jalen McFadden, the senior defensive tackle from Chester, South Carolina. On the far side of the field, walking in for the Skyhawks, number 1, Quan Neal, the defensive senior from Cedartown, Georgia, Cedartown High School. Number 77, Gavin Tolbert, the offensive lineman Hayden Howell. And then number 35. I don't have a 35 on the sheet, but we're going to head down field side to Mark Plemons.
Number 13, Evander Tyler. Number 52, Jalen McFadden. And number 95, Rashad Golson.
As we are down field side there.
Your St. Andrews University Knights will be led out on the field today by West Pine Middle School Wildcats. West Pine finished their 2022 season with a perfect 7-0 record and champions of the Moore Lee County Conference. The West Pine Middle School Wildcats, under the head coach of Renato Marsh, offensive coordinator Antonio Dixon, and defensive coordinator Walter Ford. Welcome, guys, and enjoy this afternoon's ball game.
As you saw the coin toss down there, field side, St. Andrews winning the toss, deferring and deciding to wait to second half to receive the kickoff. So Point University to start with the ball. As we look, Mark Plemons down on the field, and you see all of the Knights trotting out from the left. The final time for some of these seniors trotting out onto the field here on Senior Day in Laurinburg, North Carolina. We also have the mascot, the official horse, Yogi, on site here today for the St. Andrews Knights as the Knights walk over to the sideline for the last time for some of these seniors here. It's an emotional walk for some of them, but they know battle still awaits as they are setting up here on the sideline for one last time, one last kickoff to start your final game if you're a senior. Mark Plemons, look at some of the kids down there. You see the emotions. As we just talked about, one of the seniors down there on the field, McFadden, kneeling down, knowing how big this game is. As you see all of them. Down there is the kicking unit for Point heads out there, or the return unit for Point heads out onto the field, and the kicking team for the Knights heads out there. Back deep to receive for Point is going to be number 6 and number 39. That's going to be Bryant and Cameron McFadder. So Cameron McFadder and Bryant back deep to receive here.
Deep back, 4 Point, Cameron Simmons and Emery Bryant.
Emery Bryant, Cameron Simmons here. Back deep to receive. As we are set to begin the final game and the final week of NAIA football between the St. Andrews Knights and the Point University Skyhawks. And we are underway here in the Appalachian Athletic Conference. Be fielded there by McFadden. He'll bring it out to the 30, and that's where he'll be brought down. And that's where the offense will take over for Point University.
For St. Andrews University, number 35, Elijah Stokes. The Skyhawks 1st and 10.
The return man there was 35. I don't have a 35 on the sheet.
Skyhawks 30-yard line.
And that's where the offense will take over for Point University with the ball at the 30-yard line. The offense heads out there onto the field, led by Mitchell Golzit, the junior from Powell City, Alabama. Mark, and we've had a lot of rain over the last 24 hours here. Cloudy today. Do you think the wet field's going to have any impact on the game today?
Well, I'll be honest with you. I think it probably will. Right through the middle of the field from about the 35-yard line to the 35, there's water standing. Don't know if you could hear it on the discussion on the field, but the referee says, gentlemen, let's stay over this way just a little bit so that the point captains don't have to stand in the water.
Yeah,
So,
I didn't catch that from here, but they might have caught it on the broadcast as Golsett is the quarterback here. But, yeah, it definitely from our vantage point looks a little wet as Golsett set to look to throw first time. Got a man deep, and they're going to catch that one, Mark. A big play all the way down inside the Pizza Hut red zone. And still trying to fight for more there is Bryant.
yeah, just a big time play. We'll take a look and see.
They're going to catch that one, Mark. A big play all the way down inside the Pizza Hut red zone. And still trying to fight for more there is Bryant.
Yeah, just a big time play.
Pizza Hut up for you guys to go and get yourself a bite. So you can enjoy it for the rest of this game. Go to pizzahut.com. Order yourself a pizza, wing, and breadsticks. pizzahut.com.
Of course, we'd rather the blue jerseys being in the Pizza Hut red zone this
Yes,
time
sir.
here, James. But
Golsett set to throw again. He'll roll it left. He'll tuck it and take off. He's heading towards the corner, and he dives for it, hits the pylon. They're going to mark him a yard short out at the 1.
yeah, I think that's a good call. It looked like he was, in fact, short.
Yeah, Gossett was just a little bit short there. Jalen Allen, the one with the stop.
A defender was coming up, and you could see the Point cornerback pulls up to make sure he doesn't block in the back.
This might be the first time we see the Skyhawks run the ball today as they line up directly behind goals at the running back of Eatman, and they feed it to him. He goes up the middle and still fighting.
Really good play. First contact made by number 52 for St. Andrews, and he really just sealed that one up.
And that's one of the seniors there, 52. That's Jalen McFadden.
Yeah, he's not going to get credit with the tackle, but he's the first contact. He slowed him up, and the help got there.
Seniors understanding how big this moment is for them. The last time they could be playing football at the collegiate level, considering some of them moving on to bigger endeavors, and some will come back for a 5th year because they were here for the COVID year, so still have a little bit of eligibility left. As Golzis sends a man in motion, fakes the handoff, and he's set to throw. Still looking and does throw, and that one will fall incomplete. And so far, the defense has stepped up here for the Knights right at the goal line.
Yeah, he threw that one away. He could not see where he was going. He had 2 defenders between him and the goal line, so the quarterback's not going to be able to run that one to the goal line. And the receivers were late coming across, and they were covered. So he just kind of threw that one in the dirt. So big play here, 3rd down. At the inside the 1 yard line, about the length of the football inside the 1.
Is Gossett trying to punch the offense in here after a huge play, moved him all the way inside the 10. He's kind of stalled out at the 1. 3rd down and goal here. There's the snap. Gives the handoff to the back, and he walks right in there easily with Eatman.
And that is a Skyhawks touchdown.
So 7 points on the board here early on.
And the offensive line there for the Skyhawks got great penetration, and Eatman just walked in there, Mark.
Linebackers, too, were creeping back toward the ball, thinking it's going to be something to the middle, and they just kind of slanted that off to the side toward the tackle, and there was plenty of space.
So we await the extra point here. The play snap kick is up, and it is good as Martinez hits the extra point. That makes the score 7-0 with 13:02 first quarter. First possession for Point results in 7. The Knights set to take the offense for the first time here. Let's see if they can put some points on the board with their first time. Need to strike early here to keep this one within reach action. If you are the Knights, you don't want to get behind early in this battle.
No, you don't. And one thing here is we pop up the score graphics here. You see 7-0. It didn't take very long. What you would like to do, you don't necessarily want quick strike here. If you're St. Andrews, you would like to get a big explosive play, but you want to hang on the football. Let your defense get coached up a little bit on the sideline. You don't want them on the field all day long.
You are correct. You don't want to leave them on the field all day long, but you don't want to strike too fast either. And now if you're the Knights, you have a chance to take some time off this clock and even it up. Is back deep to receive for the Knights is going to be number 6 and number 35. And it's going to be Irvin and Williams. Irvin going to line up to the right, Williams to the left. Williams will be the one to field it at the 10. Now back to the middle of the field, and he gets it out to the 25.
Eldrick Williams on the return. On the stop for Point University, number 44, Jalen Copeland.
Jalen Copeland with the stop for the Skyhawks. And this is the first time we're going to see the offense of the Knights.
That drive by Point, 5 plays, 70 yards. Took less than 2 minutes off the clock.
Yeah, it took a minute 58 to score that one. As the offense led by senior quarterback Andrew Fowler is out there on the field. They'll start this drive with 4 receivers, trips to the right, 1 to the left. Fowler gives it off to the back, and he'll pick up a yard. That's another senior there of Leggett with the carry, and the seniors are going to be big today for the Knights.
Yep, absolutely. They'd like to get out of here with a win, no doubt. Get everybody spread out on that first formation, then running, and sometimes that you can pop one through there if somebody can get a block inside.
A lot of family members here on hand tonight, so definitely going to be a little bit of extra for the teams as Fowler takes off running here. And he'll get the ball out to the 29, so he'll pick up 3.
A little bit of misdirection. You saw the motion from the back going the opposite way out toward the Point sideline, and quarterback with a little power run back to the right.
And we've seen that a lot from Andrew Fowler this year. Uses his legs, very mobile as a threat to take off. Sometimes he goes for 25, 30. Sometimes he just goes for 3 or 4, but got to keep an eye on him. 3rd down and 7 here for the Knights. They go with a 4 receivers, trips top. Set to throw Fowler. Fowler pulls it down now after the pump fake.
Got a flag on the play.
He takes off, drops the shoulder, and he fights for the first down. He dropped that shoulder and absorbed that hit.
I believe it may be a holding. It's right about the point of attack.
Yeah, flag back at the 27-yard line near the original line of scrimmage. And if that goes against the Knights, that's going to be a costly one and back them up 10 from there. And that puts the ball all the way back to around the 17. That'll be tough to battle back from, but Andrew Fowler dropped that shoulder, and the young man who was trying to make the tackle over there for Point absorbed the impact and kind of got thrown to the ground. It's going to be Larkin, the linebacker, sophomore, 6 foot tall from Rachel, Georgia.
Well, I'm not sure what the penalty is there.
I'm not sure either, but it looks like
maybe it's offside.
It is. It's an offside. They're going to call it against Point.
I don't know why you don't decline that penalty.
As the punting unit still. he was right at the line. So he was, I think, a half a yard short of the first down there because they got it just marked at the
fourth down.
So
they did decline. They did decline
it.
it.
They declined it because he was just a hair short. So remember the other day they did a fake. Not going to fake this one, as they are going to send it. Fair catch, wave for at the 30. And that is exactly where they started the drive to begin the game, is at the 30 and one play. They were all the way inside the Pizza Hut red zone. So let's see if Point University can do it again, but hopefully there's a little bit more blue jersey action this time. They're able to make a big stop. And we'll
play on the last drive was that long pass to start the drive. Ate up almost all of the yardage, and they did a pretty good job containing them once they got down on the goal line.
As Golset out there with the offense. There's the snap, gives it to the back, and he loses the ball. But he's able to go right into the hands of another Skyhawk who comes back to the 30 and takes a shot. He'll get a yard there. That was almost disastrous as it flipped right into the hands of Bryant. Austin Hunt in there on the stop. That was in the hands there of number 30, and he could not hold on to it. Eatman popped right into the hands of Bryant. Was able to make something happen. 2nd down and 9 here for the Skyhawks. They give it off to Eatman. Eatman up the middle. He'll fight as far as he can. He'll get the 34.
For the Skyhawks on the stop for St. Andrews University, number 31, Trevor Collins.
Trevor Collins in there on the stop for the St. Andrews Knights. Trevor Collins, a senior linebacker from Charlotte, North Carolina. Played at Audrey Kell High School. Representing Charlotte here in Laurinburg. Got a 3rd down and about 6 here for Point. Come out with 3 receivers, 2 to the right, 1 to the left. Golset set to throw. Pressure gets to him. He takes off scrambling. He'll throw. And that one will fall incomplete. Good pressure there from the Knights, as there were 2 bodies back there in the backfield. One, Jalen McFadden, the senior, and the other one, number 99, of DeJuan Joyner. So 2 seniors back there in the backfield making an impact on that play. Back deep for the Knights is going to be number 5, Monte Williams, back to receive for the Knights here. There's the punt. Takes a bounce, and it hits Monte Williams, and he takes a shot right as that bounced into his arms, and he put himself right in harm's way as that one bounced, and the Knights will take over at their own 30-yard line. Is Durrell, the one with the stop, and a good stop there by the Knights defense, able to get the ball to turn over there, Mark, and get the ball back at their own 30, trailing only by 7. So a shot here. You got rid of those jitters on the first drive. Now it's the second drive. Get into your game plan and let's go. This is a good shot for the Knights right here.
Absolutely there, James. The big play was, that one long pass play. And now the defense looks like they've settled down a little bit.
Fowler throws on 1st down, and that one's going to fall incomplete. As that one was trying to get that over to Dante Crowder.
Just a little bit low.
Correction, incomplete pass, 2nd and 10.
Yeah, just a little bit low to Crowder there. He tried to dig it out of the ground, just couldn't quite dig it out. It's going to bring up a 2nd and 10 with the ball at the 30 here for the Knights.
I want to mention something to you, folks. If you've been noticing some vibration in our cameras, when they turn the speakers with the music on, it vibrates the entire top of the press box with the temporary speakers that they have here today, and we do apologize for that.
4 receiver set here for the Knights. So McCoy at the bottom, and he moves a man in motion to Crowder. Fowler dumps it off into the flat to Leggett, and Leggett fights out to the 36. So not a whole lot there, but a good awareness there by Andrew Fowler to know that he had the man just on the other side and the little safe dump off to Leggett.
Yeah, you get just a little bit. You stay positive. You just keep positive, and add on to it with the next play. But 3rd and 5 is much better than 3rd and 8, 3rd and 10.
3rd and 5 here from their own 36. Fowler in the gun, and they get him to jump offside. So a free play and good stop there by the official, because if they wouldn't have stopped that one, Fowler would have been greened.
Yeah, unimpeded to Fowler. I think that's what we call that one, isn't it?
Yeah, that's an unimpeded for sure, as that was Aaron Anderson who came off the left side, and if they wouldn't have stopped, he was going to lay out Andrew Fowler because he was standing there with nobody to protect him. And that's just enough for the Knights' first down, and that's a good break for the Knights.
He decided he was going to go, and he went.
Yes, he did. He thought he knew the snap count, and just a little bit early, he was about halfway there before the ball was ever snapped. So the ball moved up to the 41, and a new set of downs for the Knights. Puts in the belly of Leggett, but pulls it out. And Fowler's going to be hit back at the 40, so he'll lose a yard.
Yeah, he's going to lose about a yard on that one. The sun's coming out, but the wind is coming as well.
Yes, it is. Uh-oh. I just turned the TV off on us.
Oh, did you?
I was trying to turn the volume down.
Oh, no, it's good. It's just the glare on it. We're atop the press box, and we've got a monitor so we can see the screen and see what replays when we do have replays. And
yeah, we got a good little setup here. If you guys ever want to come join us, please reach out to us, Mark.
Absolutely. We're always looking for folks to like sports and like to be involved with the media.
As second and 11 here. He throws, and that one aired out to the left as he tried to get that one over to Ronson Cook.
I think Cook thought he was supposed to go inside, and the throw goes outside, so Fowler.
And we saw that last week, a little bit of miscommunication between Cook and Fowler and between McCoy and Fowler. Both of them just, their breaks were supposed to be the opposite direction, and we saw that last week with them.
Corners are doing a little bit of head games here. We've seen them up like they're going to press and then bail at the last second. Now they're just kind of in between, and they'll creep up, particularly on the near side.
3rd down and 11 here for the Knights, and it's an obvious passing situation. Fowler tries to get that one back to Cook, and it falls incomplete. And the punting unit heads back out there for the Knights for the second time today. But at least 10 yards netted there.
Yeah, change the field position just a little bit with this punt. One man back at about the 30-yard line.
Back deep there is Neal to receive. Cook. Oh, that one looked like it might have been tipped. I don't know if it was or was not, but it was close. It's going to roll dead all the way down at the 25, but that was close, Mark.
Yeah, it was.
And back at the 25, the worst starting field position for Point University today. They've started both drives that they've had at the 30. This drive here starting at the 25.
7-0. You see that last drive, a couple of incomplete passes.
Is Gossett out there with the offense. They'll come out here with 3 receivers, 2 to the right and 1 to the left. 1st and 10. Moves his back Adu Nobles. He'll toss it to Bryant. And a gang of Knights, and that pile just got shoved forward as it looked like he was stopped.
Yeah, I thought he was too, and then everybody kept working. You work until the whistle.
They worked until the whistle, and positive yards for sure for the the Skyhawks, as they were able to get about another 4 yards out of that. That's going to move the ball up to the 30. All right, so a gain of 9 actually.
At the .34
gain of 9. That moves the ball up to the 34. So a big play
and
there.
That may be a pass play too, because it looked like he just kind of pitched it forward.
That should go down as a pass for sure, as he tossed that to Bryant. 2nd and 1 here with the ball at 34. Hands it off right up the middle. And a good piece of running there by Nobles.
On the carry for point, number 7, Shiloh Ado Nobles.
You see Nobles picking the grass out of his helmet.
It's definitely dirty down there. There's going to be a lot of...
the middle of the field is the wettest. There's water standing where the field is crowned, but it's kind of flat in the middle. And so in between the hashes is where a lot of the water is puddled up, particularly the middle of the field where it looks like the grass has had the most wear this season.
Looks like it's a little bit muddy, like you said, right about the middle of the field. Working off the left hash here, though, are the Skyhawks. As they toss that one, as you see the puddles fly up there on that one. And fighting for the first down, and a good run across midfield there by Nobles. And as Nobles got to that edge and planted that right foot, you saw the water splash.
Oh, yeah, and then you could see that, use that shoulder pad to knock a couple of defenders backwards. A good hard run.
Ball across midfield here. Pickup of 11. Puts the ball at the Knights' 49-yard line. So far the drive moving pretty easily here for Point University, as they've got the ball in the Knights' territory across midfield. 1st down and 10 here.
See if he takes a shot down the field here like they did earlier.
Moves Leaks in motion and hands it off to Eatman, and he gets back to the line of scrimmage.
Eatman with a good job there. You see him jumping. It's a shot down the field here like they did earlier.
Moves Leaks in motion and hands it off to Eatman, and he gets back to the line of scrimmage. The senior in there to make the stop. One of the leaders of this defense. If he doesn't come back after a COVID year, they're going to feel his impact on defense for sure next year, as he's been one of the leaders here. 2nd down and 10 for the Skyhawks. Ball at the St. Andrews 49. Gossett gets the snap. Pressure. Fires, and that one's intercepted as Monte Williams picks it off. He hurdles a man. He's across midfield, back inside the 40, and he's brought down at the 38. And a good pickoff by Monte. Gossett gets the snap. Pressure. Fires, and that one's intercepted as Monte Williams picks it off. He hurdles a man. He's across midfield, back inside the 40, and he's brought down at the 38. The quarterback there of
just
Gossett
didn't see the linebacker, and he was just sitting right in the passing lane.
Yeah, Gossett never saw the senior of Monte Williams standing there. He just dropped back into coverage, and Gossett fired one. And Monte Williams says, "Thank you for the present." And he took off with it and gets it all the way back to the point 38 in a good starting spot for the Knights. Fowler hands it off to Crowder. He gets the edge and turns it upfield and fights forward and falls all the way down inside the 35. And I don't want to say momentum shifted, but it looks like the Knights might have a little bit of momentum now.
Absolutely. A little bit more giddy up in that step, too, because there was penetration on that play, but he just outran him to the corner.
Brings up 2nd and 3, ball spotted at the Skyhawks.
So pick up a 7 there, 2nd down and 3 with the ball at the Skyhawks 32. They put trips left, 1 right. McCoy, the man on an island by himself at the bottom. Fowler set to throw, and he goes to McCoy. McCoy inside and brought down inside the 20, and he's all the way inside. McCoy, the man on an island by himself at the bottom. Fowler set to throw, and he goes to McCoy. McCoy inside and brought down inside.
To step in front.
And that puts the ball inside the Pizza Hut red zone. The blue jerseys in there. They're stopping at Pizza Hut, enjoying some breadstick, pizza, wings, some cinnamon sticks. Remember, go to pizzahut.com just like the Knights and all of us here at 485. Get yours now.
Yeah, I think you know the menu pretty well there.
Yeah, I love the Pizza Hut. As Fowler takes off and gets the edge, and he turns it upfield. And he gets it inside the 10 all the way down to the 7. And get yours now.
Yeah, I think you know the menu pretty well there.
Yeah, I love Pizza Hut. As Fowler takes off and gets the edge, and he turns it upfield. And he gets it inside the 10 all the way down.
He pulled it out on that read option.
Yeah, Anderson, the one come crashing in there. He was the one that got the jump off sides earlier in their game, too. And that time there, he comes crashing in. Fowler sneaks it out to the right, uses the mobility, something that he's able to do. And he gets the ball all the way up to the 7, and 3 minutes to go. They could head into the end of the first quarter, tied up ball game. Leggett, the ball carrier, with extra tight ends in. Leggett with the carry. He gets the ball up to the 4.
Carry for St. Andrews. On the stop, 4 Point University, number 26, Camarion Larkin.
Good job by Leggett there. That's going to bring up a 1st and goal for the Knights after they were able to get it there. Still got Leggett in there as the ball carrier in the backfield. Put McCoy as the lone wide receiver to the top. Leggett.
Leggett on the carry for St. Andrews.
Lose a yard.
University, number 90, Nick Ford.
He'll lose a yard back to the 5.
Brings up 2nd and goal.
Ford defeated somebody up front. He ran straight to the ball carrier.
5-yard line.
Julius Ballard.
Julius Ballard with the tackle there. We appreciate the correction up top. Rosters don't always get exactly right. Oh, okay. Had to rip jersey, so he had to change jerseys.
So Julius Ballard wearing 90 now. Fowler set to throw, throws near side. McCoy.
No play.
He's going to fall incomplete. As there was a little bit of tugging going on there, but you could say that was both ways.
If he looks back for the ball, I wouldn't have a problem. I think there's, I don't know, I flagged that. Of course, yeah. I watch more NFL games than college. You can get away with that, but I think in a big-time game, you're going to see that flag.
Yeah, I agree with you. He never did turn around and play the ball. It's one of the big things I always look for as well. And that's the key factor. You're playing the ball.
What was he doing with that one hand? It looked like it was up around his numbers.
So a 3rd down and goal here for the Knights with the ball at the 5. They'll come out here with 3 receivers. Leggett in the backfield. McCoy, the man to the top by himself.
Ooh.
And that one tipped, but is it caught? No signal yet. It's in the hand. They're saying incomplete.
Oh. Let's see if we can take a look at that again. I don't think if you can see that on.
McCoy, the man to the top by himself.
Ooh.
And that one tipped, but is it caught? No signal yet. It's in the hand. They're saying incomplete.
Oh. Let's see if we can take a look at that. That was open, but whoever got the hand on it just really saved the touchdown.
Yeah, that was a big tip there at the line of scrimmage for sure. Able to get just enough of that ball, saving a touchdown here. And the kicking unit comes out for St. Andrews to kick the field goal. Is going to be DeJuan Joyner.
To attempt a field goal.
Cameron. So they say a different person's wearing the kicking duties today.
Just through the upright.
I had DeJuan Joyner down as the kicker, but I missed the name that they said there. Oh, that's 89. Sorry. I thought that was a 99 there.
Oh, I thought it was too.
Yeah, that's Cameron McFadder, the kicker. Apologies to everyone there. I thought it was a 99 out on the field with his jersey bunched up. The score here in Laurinburg, 7-3. The Point University Skyhawks lead the St. Andrews Knights here with 1:54 remaining. First quarter, Mark Clemens, James Mellick on the call for you guys this evening. Mark, last time we were here, we were not even halfway through the first quarter at this point. We're almost done with the first quarter already.
Yeah, a lot of running except that first couple of passes, or that big pass play that was completed, and, of course, that keeps the clock running once that change is set. But incomplete passes kind of slow things down.
Yeah, and to start the last game, we ran 3 plays. In the first 3 plays we ran, we had 3 injuries. We haven't seen anybody down so far today, which is phenomenal.
And, that's a good thing.
You don't want to see any of the athletes going down for anything, but the skies have started to turn blue here in Laurinburg as the sun comes out. After
the wind is still here.
The wind is here.
Well, we could tell you a story about putting this pop-up tent up.
Wow.
We had one of the coaches come up here to try to keep us from flying away.
Yeah, we were almost just riding a parachute off the top of the press box this morning as the back of it got picked up and flipped right over the rail. As Bryant receives it at his own 20 after the kickoff. He's got a hole up the middle, finds a huge hole across midfield. Still on his feet, inside the 40, gets the edge. Bryant now inside the 20, streaking all the way to the touchdown is going to be Bryant.
Emory Bryant on the return.
Got an official down at the 50-yard line.
Oh, yes, we do. Hopefully the official is all right back at the 50.
And I'm not sure if he slipped or if he ran into somebody. You see.
He is down at the 50. He's slowly getting up under his own power.
That's one of the line judge.
He is up and appears to be all right, walking. And it's
Martinez on for the extra point.
And it is slick out there.
It is a little slick out in places. And we got a Wasper up here that's coming after us. Me and the point cameraman here may have some issues here. I'll tell you a Yellow Jacket story here in a minute if he keeps after us.
As we await the extra point here from Point University, the offense didn't even have to touch the field on that one as Bryant took that one back to the house, 75 yards on the kick return.
Well, he's after one of us here. That's Yellow Jacket.
As we await the extra point here.
Yeah, where's he out?
Kind of slowed up a little bit to let the official walk off the slippage there.
Missed him.
As the official appears to be okay.
Yeah, we're still battling this big wasp. I don't know if it's a wasp or a Yellow Jacket or what it is, but it's a big-looking sucker.
Now moved over to the other side. He's over there somewhere.
Ryan Arnold and I were calling a Davidson-Valparaiso game maybe 10, 12 years ago up at Valpo. And we started having Yellow Jackets coming into the press box. And we were killing them and piling them in the corner. After we got to about 5 or 6, Ryan started counting. We wound up with 45 Yellow Jackets that we killed in the radio booth at Valparaiso.
Wow.
We quit counting somewhere in the third quarter.
That is a lot of Yellow Jackets as the kick is up and is good. And that is a lot of bees. You have to wonder if there was a nest somewhere around there that they were trying to get to, because that's a lot of bees getting inside of the press box, or if they were trying to sabotage you guys since you were the traveling team into Valparaiso. With 1:39 here left in the first quarter, the score 14-3. The Point University Skyhawks on top of the Laurinburg, the St. Andrews Knights, and no offense needed there for the Skyhawks on that one, as they were able to get the kick return from Bryant and go 75 yards.
Yeah, Big Mo just jumped back on the far sideline to Point University. We'll see if what St. Andrews can do here to get an answer on offense.
Yeah, Big Mo, as you just mentioned, has definitely switched over to the other sideline. And
now, how big is that play the defensive end for Point made to tip that pass that would have been a touchdown down on the goal line? They had to settle for the field goal, and now 14-3 instead of possibly 14-7, or who knows? Maybe they cover the kick differently too.
Yeah, if you still, you have to think that maybe that touchdown could have had a little bit different momentum or something like that for your defense or special teams unit, but instead the score down, 14-3. And Point University set to kick this one back off to the Knights. Back deep to receive is Williams to the right and Irving to the left.
Yeah.
As the music fades out here.
Martinez will kick off for
and trying to get the team hyped up. They play a little AC/DC there. That's always one of those bands that can get you hyped up. So trying to get the special teams unit hyped up, and hopefully they can take one back to the house. As that's fielded on the far side of the field there by Irvin. He'll come near side, and he'll get back to the 21.
Stopped by number 44.
Stopped
Copeland
by Jalen Copeland there for Point. And the offense for the Knights heads out there, and this is a big drive for the Knights here. I understand that it's still early in the ball game, but you're down 11 right now, and you don't want to get down much more than that.
It's a danger zone. When you get beyond a couple score margin, then things have to change typically.
So right there on the edge of danger.
Correction, ball spotted at the Knights' 21-yard line.
So the ball spotted at the 21 here for the Knights. Put McCoy to the top by himself, 2 to the bottom, and Leggett in the backfield. Goes to Cook near side. Cook runs forward, and he fights all the way down to the 29. So a 9-yard pickup there on first down.
That's a good play. Get Fowler a good easy throw that he can make and get a little bit of confidence built back. He's missed a couple of throws, and he had some bad throws last week too, so trying to get back on the beam. That's a good play right there. Just use the other receiver as a blocker, and they were playing far enough off. 8 yards, he'll take 8 yards every play.
Yeah, I think that was a good call, like you just said there, especially with one of his favorite targets of Cook. Him and Cook getting on the same page and going and getting 8. Second down and 8 here, or second down and 2. Goes back to Cook. And Cook fights forward almost up to the 40, back to the 38. So back-to-back plays to Cook there.
Yeah, but you got enough room right there. Just zip it out there. If somebody misses a tackle, then you may have him running down the sideline.
First down.
That's enough for the Knights' first down. The ball spotted at the Knights' 38. And so far, the offense moving the ball here through the air to start this drive as the wind picks up here. Wind blowing from all directions here in St. Andrews today.
We got chairs flying. And
as Fowler set to throw here, and he finds the man near side at the 40 as he gets that over to Justin Portner.
Maybe a yard. He was under heavy duress. Just kind of flipped it out with the sidearm. Got 1 yard.
Justin Fortner, the junior from Lexington, North Carolina. He played at Central Davison High School as the wind is picking up here on top of the press box.
Yeah, that one leg of this pop-up 10 keeps popping up.
And that's the end of the first quarter with the score 14-3. The Knights trail by 11 as we head to the end of the first quarter. And we want to apologize for the wind. We probably understand that it sounds pretty cracky. I know it sounds pretty
it's loud
pretty
in our
cracky,
ears.
Yeah. It sounds like it's cracking really bad in my ears from the wind blowing. So
well, the other thing that's happening too, between the speaker and the top of the press box vibrating, we are having all kinds of issues today. And
short-handed, but hey, we're still putting on a show.
It's one of those days here. Why don't we pop over and show you the last couple of drives here.
As the clock now set back up at 15 minutes, the wind still blowing here. Now it's shifted from right to left. For the Knights to have the wind at their back here to start this drive now. 14-3 the score. 11 minutes, or 14-3 the score as we head to the second quarter here in Laurinburg.
Well, St. Andrews getting out in some territory where they, open up the playbook a little bit. Now you're out around the 40-yard line.
In between the 40s, once you get to the 40, it kind of like you just mentioned, it opens up your playbook a good bit.
Points had 2 big plays, a big long pass play that set up the first touchdown, and then a kick return for a touchdown.
As they'll come out here with 4 receivers, it appears, to start the second quarter.
And we saw them run out of this earlier. You get them spread out enough,
They do have Leggett in the backfield. Should be a second down and 10 here for the Knights when this second quarter starts. And they do come out with 4 receivers. Trips left, 1 right, McCoy the man to the top, second and 10 here for the Knights. They give it to Leggett, who comes near side. He lowers his shoulder and he fights back to the 40. He'll pick up a couple.
I'm not certain if he hadn't cut inside, he would have had a little bit more running room.
It looked like he definitely had room inside, as you mentioned.
Third down and 8, ball spotted at the Knights. 40-yard.
It's easier for us to see up top than down there when somebody's chasing you.
Definitely. When you got to make that split-second decision down there on the field, it's not as easy as it seems. Third down and 8 here for the Knights. Ball spotted, thrown 40. 4 receivers here. They split and put 2 each way. Fowler to throw, comes near side. Makes the catch and fights just enough for the first down up to midfield, and a good job there by the receiver. And he fights their own 40. 4 receivers here. They split and put 2 each way. Fowler to throw, comes near side. Makes the catch and fights just enough for the first down up to midfield, and a good job there. They ran a soft zone there, and he found the spot right there in that zone coverage right at the 45. And he was able to find across midfield and get the ball all the way up to the Skyhawks 49. And a good third down play there by the Knights, and a good call from head coach Robert Curtin. First down and 10 here for the Knights. Leggett in the backfield.
Coming on the blitz.
McCoy near side. And McCoy gets positive yards all the way out to the 42.
Good job getting the ball out quick.
Nickley, the one with the stop there for the Skyhawks. That gets the ball up to the 42, so a pickup of 7 there for the Knights.
Skyhawks 42-yard line.
So that brings up a 2nd down and 3 here for the Knights with the ball at the Skyhawks 42. 2 to the right, 1 to the left. McCoy, the man at the bottom. They give it to Leggett, but pull it, and Fowler keeps it,
Got the first down.
But he keeps fighting, and now they're signaling the ball's popped out, and that's going to the Skyhawks, but no official signal.
I think it.
Fowler on the carry.
No signal from the official.
Play recovered by Point University.
And
had the first down initially, I thought, and then as they're scrapping for extra yards, ripped it out.
And it is a turnover. And Point will have the ball as there's the official signal from the white hat. Point gets the ball after the turnover from Fowler.
First turnover today by St. Andrews. We had an interception that set up the field goal earlier.
So
Monty Williams with the interception, I believe.
Yep, Monty Williams with the interception right there as the middle linebacker there against Gulsett. And
not sure who had the recovery. We'll check in a moment, see if we can get a number on that.
So each team now with 1 turnover in the ball game. Skyhawks with the ball at their own 35. They toss it out into the left, and they'll get it up to the 39. See who the ball carrier was there. A.J. Raffett with the carry.
On the stop for St. Andrews University, number 99, DeJuan Joyner.
Davion Dukes is the man who recovered the fumble for Point. After that 7-yard run, he forced the fumble as well, so he's going to look good on the stat sheet tomorrow.
Ratham, the ball carrier there. Sugar Hill, Georgia, running back, a junior for the Skyhawks. He picks up 3 there and brings up a 3rd down and 7. Yeah, it's definitely going to look good on the stat sheet when you got a fumble recovery.
You force it and recover it. I'd imagine he just ripped it out.
Just grabbed a hold of that football and said, I want it more than you do, and came away with it. As they hand it back off to the ball carrier, a wrapper up the middle. He'll pick up nothing there and get to the line of scrimmage. That's going to bring up a 3rd down and 7. And this is a tough situation if you're the Skyhawks. You had momentum, you just got the ball. Now you're facing a 3rd down and 7 right here against this gritty defense. And they pretty much know it's a passing situation. So let's see what they decide to do here.
Big 3rd down for your Knights defense. Get on your feet,
see if the leaders can step up for the defense of Monte Williams and Austin Hunt as they show blitz. Hunt comes up the middle. There's the throw, far side. That one falls incomplete. Good defense on the outside there.
Yeah, pretty tight coverage. I believe it was number 26 is for St. Andrews.
Frederick Streiser, the sophomore defensive back from Emory College, just up in Virginia.
Yep. Had to throw it quick, too, with that blitz and linebacker coming.
And the defense for the Knights steps up again, Mark. Right after it looked like momentum shifted over to the Skyhawks, the Knights defense says not today, makes the stop, and keeps them in this ball game.
Now see if you can do something. You got plenty of time left.
Jalen Irvin.
Full complement of timeouts, too, with 11:37 left here in the first half.
Jalen Irvin, the freshman, back deep to receive here for the Knights.
Flag on the play.
Ball that'll bounce at the 40 and take a slight bounce for the Skyhawks and be touched at the 35.
Flag is at the line of scrimmage. And it
will not be enough for the first down if it was an offsides against St. Andrews, but could force a re-kick if they would like. but good field starting position as they would get the ball at about the 35 right now. So we'll wait and see what the call is from the white hat on the field. And it is going to be against Point, it appears, because he is talking to head coach Robert Curtin here on the near sideline.
Legal motion, number 40 on the kicking team. 5 yards added to the end of the return. First down.
So a legal motion.
Yeah, a short kick. Somebody either didn't get set or was moving toward the line of scrimmage when the
and that'll put the ball at around the 40-yard line for the Knights in great field starting position. And they're going to line up on that right hash as of, okay, he's going to move it here near hash to the left side. Actually, it looks like he's going to set it midfield right about where the water is.
Well, he moved it out.
Yep.
The ball normally would have been on the hash mark, but he moved it across.
Yes, he did. Yeah, he was looking like he was going to line it up on that right hash like you mentioned, but now sets it a little bit closer to the left hash and more to midfield here for the Knights as they take over.
And that's the wettest part of the field right there, I believe, right about where they are. They're about the 10 yards there in compass.
As they show blitz, get them to jump. But I don't know if that was against the offense or the defense, but I can definitely tell you the defense was offsides.
I think it's against the defense because the defense, he tried to stop, and you can see him land on both hands instead of continuing. Yeah.
And that is against Point University, and that's a free 5 yards to start this drive for the Knights.
Well, that's actually a free 10. You get the illegal shift on the punt, so there's 5 more. So
yeah, they haven't even
a short
snapped
punt
it.
And been gifted with 2 penalties.
Haven't even snapped it, and they've got a free 10. That's always nice. 3 receivers here, 2 left, 1 right. McCoy, the man to the top, 1st and 10 with the ball at the 45. Fowler into the flat to Crowder. He gets to midfield, and he's knocked out of bounds at the Skyhawks 47. Larkin with the stop for the Skyhawks.
Play results in a St. Andrews University first down.
Ball at the 47 of the Knights.
47-yard line.
Already across midfield. Only took 1 play there, Mark.
Yep. Nice safe pass play to the sideline.
1st down and 10. McCoy, the man at the bottom. Leggett gets it, finds a huge hole up the middle, and he goes in for a big run. Actually, that's not Leggett, that's Devontae Allen. We haven't seen him yet this year, Devontae Allen. That's the first time we've seen him, and he took off up the middle like a bullet out of a gun.
Nice quick run, good blocking up front. He hit the hole hard.
Yeah, he was a big workhorse for the Knights last year. Haven't seen a lot of him this year, and he gets the ball carry there on senior day. Only a junior, though. And he takes that for a 1st down for his first carry that we've seen him run this year. McCoy again down to the bottom. Allen set to throw, looks deep, got a man of Cook. And that one goes over the head of Cook and falls incomplete.
Incomplete. Intended receiver number 4, Ronson Cook.
Good coverage there.
Trying to put that up in kind of a 50-50 situation, but the ball just Cook not able to make an adjustment on it. Kind of flew back over his, and it may have gotten up in the wind and kind of lifted that ball back a little toward the sideline.
As Thomas was the defensive back there in coverage, the sophomore from Birmingham, Alabama. 2nd and 10 for the Knights. Hand it off to Allen. And he'll pick up a couple and get the ball up to the 38. Or the 33.
He got up on the backside of one of those blockers, and there was nowhere to go, but you could see his feet just keep churning. Used to be an Atlanta Falcon years ago, Jim Cannonball Butler back in the 70s, and Cannonball Butler would do that, and I would always say to myself, why doesn't he bounce to the outside? But then the next thing you know, that guy keeps working, he pops out. So following those blockers sometimes is a good thing. You never know when they're, the other guy falls down and you're headed down toward the goal line. That time it didn't work.
3rd down and 8 here for the Knights. Passing situation as Fowler steps back and has got time. Looks deep, got a man, and he overthrows McCoy on the far side of the field by about 2 yards.
Fowler's pass incomplete, intended receiver.
There's a
number 3.
height advantage with McCoy down there with one of the defensive backs, but
yeah, that's number 1.
Sideline turns into a defender over there as well where that ball was thrown, so you got to
Yeah, we're talking about the defensive back there of Thomas. Thomas only 5'9", 165. McCoy listed on paper at 6'4". So 5'9", 6'4", you're talking a half a foot there. That's a big size difference when you go for a 50-50 ball. And you want to know something? You mentioned the sideline. The sideline is undefeated.
It is, yeah.
As a defender.
High snap.
As Cook able to get this one away. Fair catch called for at the 5. And actually they'll spot it at the 7. So that's where the offense will come out and take over for the Skyhawks.
I don't know if they've changed the coaching on these punts. Used to, they would tell you, you stick your back heels on the 10-yard line, and if that ball is going to go over your head, you let it go. But I don't know if some of these fancy kickers with the twists and spins, they may have changed that some.
Yeah, there are some talented kickers out there that can now hit the ball and have that thing bounce out the 1-yard line every single time. They practice it and practice it and practice it. It's getting just as sophisticated as some of these throws that you see made on Sunday by Patrick Mahomes.
That last drive got a few yards on it, but just not able to punch it in.
We'll also go ahead, Mark.
I'm a little surprised they didn't go for it there. You're kind of in no man's land, but it actually turns out to be a pretty good play when you pin them down inside the 10.
We saw a lot of people out there just showing off their dance moves, trying to bump the clock up. The quarterback, the line judge, everybody was trying to get that one bumped. And they got it bumped up now, and we'll snap it. And right up the middle with a big, powerful run. Look at that.
Yeah, that'll get you off the goal line in a hurry.
That got him off the goal line and got the ball all the way out to the 15, and a huge power run there by Nobles.
Stop for St. Andrews University.
Stop made there for that's going to be Cedric Spicer with the stop.
On the carry for point.
And we want to apologize. We are short-handed today here for the broadcast, so we will have updates here in a little bit from our Cannon Pharmacy scoreboard there from some games going around. Some D1 games.
Perry's usually out here with us keeping detailed stats and a few trivia questions, but if we have an officiating issue, we'll just have to guess at it.
We'll have to guess.
There won't be a lot of knowledge at it.
There's Noble again with the carry.
Another hard run.
He gets the ball out to the 22. And that should move the sticks and be enough for the first down.
Williams has been very active. Another tackle for him, but
Monte Williams, number 5. And again, another senior on senior day making big plays. And
I think we'd rather make him delivering the blow rather than being knocked into like that running back did that time. He just hammered him.
First down and 10 here with the ball moved up to the 22. There's the snap. Give it to Nobles again. Hit in the backfield. This time he'll be stopped at the line of scrimmage.
Good penetration that time. And
number 52, Jalen McFadden in there for the stop.
McFadden made him change directions. He couldn't go straight, downhill on that one, and we started going a little sideways. Got some help there and knocked him to the ground.
And that's another senior with a big play. The last one, Monte Williams. This one here, Jalen McFadden. Seniors making their presence felt today here in Laurinburg for the Knights. Second down and 10 after that stop there from McFadden. And we see Gossett under center this last series. As pressure gets to him, and he's going down. As the corner comes in off the blitz and gets it, Trevor Collins, the senior from Audrey Kell.
That's a good play.
Yeah, that was a good play, like you said.
I think Point thought they saw something because they ran the same formation that was stacked up the last time in that reverse motion and then faked the handoff out of it, but nobody was fooled. They crashed hard toward the football.
He's able to get back to the line of scrimmage, but that's a tough one. So a third down and 10 here, and it makes your playbook very, very small. Gossett set to throw, got a man and overthrows his target of Bryant.
Intended receiver number 6, Emory Bryant.
He tried to zip that ball, and I think it sailed a little bit.
I thought he was thinking he might have had a headwind there because right when they snapped the ball, he did have that headwind going at him, and then when he released it, the wind just died. And he overthrew his target, like you said, sailed it. And that'll bring out the punting unit for point, and should be good field position here for the Knights. As Monte Williams is back deep to receive at his own 45.
We keep calling his name.
We do.
High snap.
High snap almost into the end zone and almost blocked as well. And it's going to be great field position, it looks like, here for the Knights, as that ball rolls dead at the Knights 48.
St. Andrews will start
So St. Andrews loses about 15 yards on the exchange, but still keeps great field position. That keeps the point offense bottled up a little bit down on the goal line.
7 minutes remaining here before halftime. The score, 14-3. The Point University Skyhawks lead the St. Andrews Knights. While we have a second, we want to remind you that coming up at halftime is our Ben Minot Shop Click and Drive halftime show, where we'll have updates on our Cannon Pharmacy scoreboard from the Division I games that are going on right now, and also maybe even talk a little bit of the late games. We got some big ones tonight. We got Texas and TCU, and then the big one in Winston-Salem. The North Carolina Tar Heels travel to Winston-Salem to play Wake Forest in a big battle that everybody thought was going to be a battle of top 25s when they were looking at it earlier this year.
Well, one of them is.
As Leggett runs that one there, and he'll lose a couple. Yeah, as you mentioned, one of them in the top, one of them's in the top 15, the Tar Heels.
Well, I think at one point Wake was knocking on the top 10, and
they were.
All of a sudden it's
all of a sudden just went the wrong direction.
We're on the backside of this former hurricane that came through.
Yeah, Hurricane Nicole. We're on the backside of it, as that's the wind you hear is from Hurricane Nicole that just came through here and dropped all of the rain and remnants here in Laurinburg and the whole state. As the wind is absolutely whipping now. As Fowler decides to keep that one and take off running, and he'll pick up one.
There's that read option, and the back was covered, the quarterback was covered. There was just nowhere to go.
Third down, ball spotted at the Knights.
Third down and 11 here for the Knights in a passing situation. See if they can get the first down here. And at least they got the wind. No, they don't, because the wind shifted yet again. Now the wind blowing from left to right on the field, so it's blowing from the near sideline where we are, our backs, over to the point sideline. So a crosswind now. As Fowler sets the throw, dumps it off into the flat over to Allen. And he'll get to midfield and just across it to the 49.
Number 1, Devontae Allen.
And it looks like that's going to bring a fourth down here for the Knights.
On the stop for Point University, number 21, Justin Jackson.
Justin Jackson, the one with the stop there for Point University, and the punting unit comes out for the Knights. Got good field starting position there, Mark, and barely get it across midfield there, so only 3 plays, and they're giving it right back to the Skyhawks.
The old chorus line, 1, 2, 3 kick.
As Quan Neal back deep to receive here for the Skyhawks. He is a senior for Point University, as that one's going to take a bounce sideways and then a slight bounce for the Knights. And a roll dead at the 10.
Well, Cook's got 2 punts now that have been down inside the 20. In fact, I think that one's going to be right out the 10, almost 2 inside the 10.
And Cook listed on paper as a wide receiver, but he's got a leg on him to kick it as well.
He puts it in a good spot. No, he's not one of these guys that's going to hit a big spiral and turn it over, but we've got 4:39 left. Bad field position for Point. St. Andrews gets the second half kickoff.
Yeah, and if they can get a stop here and a 3 and out, they could get the ball back in good field position again and a chance to go for 2 for 1, trailing by 11. Gossett hands it off. And that one ran there by Eaton.
Deontay Eatman on the carry for the Skyhawks.
And he'll pick up 2.
On the stop for St. Andrews University, number 97, Irvin Gardner.
Irvin Gardner with the stop, a sophomore from Long Island, New York. And that's exactly what you want to do if you're the Knights. You want to get a stop early, get them behind the chains here on 3rd down. Because if you can get a stop, you can get this ball back with all 3 timeouts, and you can have a chance for 2 for 1. And whistles blow from the near sideline from the line judge. Not sure why he blew it. No timeouts as they raise the play clock back to 25. Whistle blows, and now we're set for action. 2nd down and 7 here. Gossett gets it. Hands it back off to Eaton again, and he'll go up to the minute and get 1.
On the stop for St. Andrews, number 42.
And a timeout called here on the field.
Eaton hit that hole
a helmet
hard.
popped off.
Oh, helmet popped, yeah.
Yep, helmet popped off up here of Austin Hunt. One of the seniors jogging off. I was wondering why they were blowing whistles. I didn't see a timeout called, but
Big 3rd down for your Knights defense.
and this right here is a huge 3rd down as you hear the PA announcer say it. This is huge here, Mark.
Yeah, it is. You got a chance to get the ball back and do a 2 for 1, but
And
they're not
Eaton
going to do it right now.
Able to get the 1st
down
down and the ball out to the 25.
Elijah Stokes.
And he ran that right in the exposed area where they kind of knew that Austin Hunt was.
Injury timeout.
And they got the 1st down, but there is an injured Skyhawk down on the far side of the field there, Mark. And with that being said, you want to remind some people about some of our sponsors with the Renaissance Festival?
Absolutely good chance to let you know that the Carolina Renaissance Festival winding down. This is the last week. Next week is the last weekend. Next to last weekend. It's on the Cabarrus, Mecklenburg County line. Go to renfestinfo.com. Get all the details. That's Carolina Renaissance Festival. Huzzah!
But once the Renaissance Festival's gone, we still got more stuff we can do, right? Like we can
we'll
go to a
find
Christmas
else.
show or something like that.
Well, the Southern Christmas Show at the Park Expo Center in Charlotte.
It's right after it.
SouthernChristmasShow.com for all the ticket information. And my daughter and some of her friends went, I think, on Thursday. They had a big time, ate a lot of samples, saw a lot of Christmas treats and gifts. And I think there was some wine sampling, if I'm not mistaken. Dublin Wines and some other North Carolina wineries were out there at the Southern Christmas Show. That's the Park Expo Center in Charlotte. And 2 of our sponsors here today. Also coming up at halftime, it's the BenMinot.com halftime report. Shop, click, and drive. That's BenMinot.com. Ben Minot family of dealerships in the Piedmont, and they can get you a vehicle, or they can find the vehicle you want. Go to BenMinot.com. That's B-E-N, like Gentle Ben, the name, the founder of the company. Minot is M-Y-N-A-T-T. BenMinot.com.
Even the injured Skyhawk down there, and I'm looking through a couple scores here on our Cannon Pharmacy scoreboard. We'll get to that here momentarily and update you guys with some games in the Division I ranks that are going on tonight. At halftime, we'll talk about those on our Ben Minot Shop, Click, and Drive, as you heard Mark mention. And we'll also talk about some predictions maybe for those big games going on tonight. After the injured player here, we are set to begin play. And the Skyhawks have got a 1st down and 10 after the big run there by Eatman, who was the injured Skyhawk. Ball at the 25. Gossett trying to get him to jump. They don't jump, though. Remain true to the defense. Give it off to the ball carrier, Noble. And he'll run for a good chunk of yards there. He'll pick up 8.
Flag late. Let's see what this one is.
Yeah, that back in the backfield at the 25 in the area of holding.
Monte Williams on the stop for St. Andrews.
Monte Williams with the stop, and an injured Knight slow to get up on the far side of the field is going to be Jalen Irvin.
Training staff will come out. It looks like it's going to be against point. They were talking to the defensive captain.
Wait and see what the call is here on the field.
Yeah. Personal foul, illegal helmet contact.
Oh.
Ooh, so it's not going to be.
No.
I guess maybe the official was talking to the offending player to tell him what he did.
That's a costly one.
It was thrown right where the quarterback and one of his offensive linemen were standing. And you could see the quarterback trying to help him get his helmet back on. So I guess got that lid lifted a little bit, and you can't get that hand up and underneath that and push, or use hands to the helmet. And sometimes you can't help it.
Yeah, sometimes it just accidentally happens.
It's just a war in the middle.
Yep, there is a battle in the trenches. And sometimes you just happen to put your hands up against someone's face mask, and it results in a free 15, and that moves the Skyhawks all the way up to the 49. So almost at midfield are the Skyhawks after the penalty. The injured player, Jalen Irvin, able to walk off under his own power here, standing on the sideline. No attention needed from the medical staff or training staff. So first down and 10 here for the Skyhawks after the penalty. Ball
Good
at
field
their
position
own 49.
now.
Nobles the carrier.
Well, they stacked that up really well.
They did. And there was a host of Knights there to greet him. Vander Tyler was there to greet him. Number 97 there to greet him. Is going to be Irvin Gardner, and also Monte Williams there to greet him. So 3 Knights in there on the stop. And it brings up a 2nd and 10 here. 2 minutes remaining here in the first half. Moves a man in motion. That'll put, now he'll have a receiver each way. Nobles with the carry. He gets the edge and gets up to the 44, and a late flag flies in, and that one's going to go against the offense for sure, because they had a man laying down on the ground here.
Yeah, number 66 was on top of number 54. Number 54 got up clapping his hands, and he was the man, I think, earlier that had been called for the hands to the helmet.
That's Sammy Williams, a freshman offensive lineman from Newman, Georgia.
66 on the offense.
And that's who it is. Number 66, Williams on the offense.
Personal foul on Point University is a call.
Yeah,
So,
I'm not sure.
I don't know why
I'm not sure what he did, or if he
why
a late hit or
shouldn't
what?
it be more than that? If that's an unsportsmanlike, they only moved the ball back about 10 yards there. Shouldn't it be back at the 35?
Was it dead ball?
Well, it was an unsportsmanlike. Either way, it should be 15, right?
Should be 15, but they may have marked it off from the end of the run.
They might have done that.
If it
probably
were
did
dead
that.
ball.
Yeah, I think it was probably a dead ball one, so you're correct. It would be after the play, which would be about the right spot. So it should be a third and 18.
So I believe they did call that dead ball.
Ball back at the 41-yard line. 3rd down and 18. Gossett set to throw. Pressure gets there, and he avoids it. And he overthrows his intended target into his own sideline. And good pressure there from the Knights.
Check out him. He spins.
1-yard line. 3rd down and 18. Gossett set to throw. Pressure gets there, and he avoids it. And he overthrows his intended target into his own sideline. And good. He has been a wrecking force today there, Mark.
He's like a magnet to the ball, looks like. He's going to go back and return this punt.
And that penalty there helped the Knights, because they were going to be right there facing a 3rd and 2. Then it turned into a 3rd down and 18. And they are able to get the stop, and now Monte Williams should get the ball back in decent field position, as that's almost blocked. A bounce at the 32, bounce sideways and out of bounds at the 30, and that's where the Knights will take over.
Did you see the wind catch it? You don't often see a football coming straight down, like a spiral doing straight down. There's usually an arc or something to it. When the wind caught it, it just took the nose of the football straight back down to the ground.
The wind playing a factor in this game. It's going to be something to keep your eye on. Is there's a minute 34. The Knights have all 3 timeouts, trailing by 11, and get the second half kickoff mark. This is a big opportunity for the Knights to go 2 for 1 here.
Yeah. Good chance to get back into things. The 2 big plays, really the big difference. An interception, or actually 3 big plays. I'll tell you that in just a second.
As the offense for the night comes out with 4 receivers and Crowder in motion. Fowler throws middle of the field and finds Cook at the 40. Cook's fighting forward. He gets up to the 44, and that's where the night comes out with 4 receivers and Crowder in motion. Fowler throws middle of the field and finds Cook at the 40. Cook's fighting forward. He gets up to the
kick the defender out of the way. That allowed
First and 10 here for the Knights. Got the ball at the 44. Fowler throws near side to McCoy. McCoy across the 50 and knocked out of bounds. And he's got enough for the first down. 2 throws, 2 first downs for the Knights here, Mark.
And they're giving them a little room on the short throws.
University. First down.
Now you look where the safeties are right now.
Yeah, the 2 deep safeties are standing back almost at the 30.
That's nearly almost 15 yards. I think they're going to shift a little bit, but
4 receivers here for the night. Ant Carpenter in the backfield. First time we've called his name in the backfield today. Fowler set to throw. Pressure gets to him. He avoids it, but a flag comes in, and that should be a penalty because they got him around the head area there, Mark.
I think that's what it's going to be. That's what it looks like.
And if that's the case, that's going to be a free 15 and a huge break for the Knights because they would have been back all the way at their own 45
And that's
there.
just one of those unfortunate things is the quarterback dips his head, and as you're reaching for him, that first thing that you grab, first thing that hits you is the helmet.
And a huge break for the Knights. They would have been back all the way at their own 45. Instead, they're going to be all the way up at the Skyhawks 31. That's a huge difference in field position there with 1 minute remaining.
Instead, and the clock would have been going tick, tick, tick. Instead, it's 1:03 and the clock is stopped. You don't have to burn a timeout.
Still have all 3 timeouts. The Knights do. Point still has all 3 timeouts on the far side of the field as well. The score 14-3. Knights trailing by 11.
Now whistles.
And whistles on the field, as you mentioned there. And you don't mean, we've seen it go both ways here. We saw one against the Knights where they got their hands up in the face.
1 minute and 3 seconds.
Oh, yeah, it was 1:03. I wonder
Yes.
where the 3 seconds got. Maybe they started the clock.
Start on the snap.
Okay, they must have started it when they moved the ball by thinking that the official after the penalty said go, and he saw it. So a good spot there from the official on the field to bump that back to 1:03. But
yeah, you don't know when that 3 seconds in this last minute or so will be a factor.
first down and 10 with the ball at the 31 of the Skyhawks here. 4 receivers here for the Knights. Fowler throws. Comes to Cook near side, and he makes the catch inside the 25, down to the 23.
4-point University, number 4, Davon Dukes.
Davon Dukes, the man in coverage. And so far, these just little passes have moved the ball down the field here for the Knights on this drive.
Ball spotted at the Skyhawks. 23
So a pickup of 8 there. I'm going to line up trips right. McCoy, the man down here by himself. And the safeties stand all the way back at the 10. So a 22-yard buffer there between the safeties. Going deep here, and a flag flies in.
Yeah, McCoy got held up
Bad.
as he was trying to come out of his break. He had double coverage, and
Yeah, it's Jaquan Neal, one who was the guilty man there. Grabbed him a handful of jersey on McCoy. That'll draw the flag every time. There's a pass interference on the defense. That'll move the ball up to the 10-yard line. Spot foul. And with 55 seconds left, Mark, and all 3 timeouts.
yeah, you got the full playbook here, so if you want to run it, you can run it.
Anything can happen. Carpenter, the one back there in the backfield. We've saw Carpenter run the ball a lot this year and have some big plays. So let's see if they decide to go to the ground to possibly open up the pass later.
Safeties are coming up now. There's nowhere to go back into the end zone. No reason to go back deep in the end zone.
Showing blitz. Fowler takes off running, and he's going to be brought down at the 15. So a loss of 5 there on the sack.
36 was the blitzer, and he just kept running, and the quarterback couldn't get away from him.
And a timeout called there by the Knights. And a good timeout called there by head coach Robert Curtin with 46 seconds remaining, facing a 2nd and goal with the ball at the 15. Again, we want to remind you that our Ben Minot Shop, Click, and Drive halftime show coming up here at halftime, where we'll have updates on our Cannon Pharmacy scoreboard, even tell a few stories, maybe even a few lies there. Right, Mark?
Probably more lies than there will be stories.
As we stand here and await the timeout. to go back out onto the field there from the Knights. And the clouds slowly starting to roll back in here from Hurricane Nicole, the remnants. And I don't know about you, but it got really windy at my place last night as well.
Oh, it was really, really windy most of the day yesterday.
It took the 2 little chairs that I got sitting in my backyard where we sat on our patio, and it ripped them bad boys about halfway into the middle of my backyard. So a really windy day.
Yeah, I was sitting in the living room doing a little bit of game prep. I did a Charlotte women's basketball game last night, and all of a sudden I hear this big thud, and a tree limb comes down on top of the house.
Wow.
But it didn't do any damage that I could tell.
And since we have a quick second here before they get out there on field, you mentioned last night you did the women's game for Charlotte. And today is another big thing for you. We're out here at St. Andrews University, but it's also your birthday. So
it is my birthday.
Happy birthday to you, and thank you for coming out here and working with us on your birthday.
Glad to be here. I'll tell you a birthday story. I got it quick enough. When I turned 60, I told the kids in Sunday school, I teach middle school Sunday school, and I told the kids, I'm going to do something crazy for my birthday. And they said, oh, you're going to jump out of the airplane? And I said, what do you think, I'm crazy? I said, no, I said, I'm going to run 6 miles. So on my 60th birthday, I ran 6.6 miles. But
nice. As Fowler gets pressure in the backfield, and flags fly in from everywhere as a helmet pops off. As he better be careful.
Oh, there's some jawing going, too.
Yeah, he better be careful, because if not, he'll draw one himself as his helmet was ripped off.
Now, let's see.
Yeah, there's definitely some jawing going on out there, and it's starting to get chippy. That should be another face mask.
Coach Curtin's out there trying to calm the quarterback down, just pats him on the backside, and
yeah, I mean,
teammates moving him back.
Even the young freshman of Ant Carpenter in there trying to get them all calmed down. They understand that's the leader of their offense. Yeah. They got to get him calmed down.
Well, I know the last face mask was definitely accidental, and I doubt if nobody's going to go out there and intentionally.
No.
I will say the only time I can ever remember.
90 in the defense, decline, personal foul.
So that was a false
start.
2
penalties.
Yeah, they had the false start on the defense, and they declined it. Then they take the half the distance to the goal after the face mask. That should put the ball all the way up at about the 7 here.
I was going to say the only time I ever saw an intentional face mask. You remember the Panthers and the Broncos in the Super Bowl?
Yep.
And was it Talib?
Akeem Talib.
Akeem Talib grabs the ball carrier inside the 5-yard line by the face mask and slings him out of bounds because he knew he's only going to be half the distance to the goal.
Yes, I remember that play now that you mentioned that.
And, for a penalty like that, that ought to be ejection.
Yeah, if you intentionally just grab somebody maliciously.
Because, the half the distance penalty on a play like that one in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, and
this was unintentional.
Yeah.
This was just somebody got the.
And you could seriously injure somebody by grabbing a hold of their helmet and trying to rip it off of their head.
And of course, we saw Fowler trying to throw the ball after the helmet came off. When that helmet comes off, he is dead at that point. He can't participate.
Yep, and you'll see flags like that happen all the time in the Division I ranks and even high school ranks. Where players, when their helmet comes off, they keep continuing to play, and then they end up drawing a flag themselves.
Huge play, Havelock and Concord in the state 3A championship game one year. Concord wide receiver got bunched up. He's run out of bounds, and his helmet got torn off. They were grabbing his face mask as he went out of bounds. His helmet got torn off. He's trying to get away out of play, and he got flagged for a 15-yard penalty, which took the ball out to about the 40-yard line instead of being inside the 20. And it's just a huge turning point in a football game. And it's because his helmet came off, and then they were swatting at his face after they ripped the helmet off.
And it's tough, and it's something that it's hard to do as a football player when it's inscribed in your mind is go get it. And then all of a sudden your helmet's gone and you have to stop.
And of course, they get the second man.
Yep. They always
get
the
nothing
retaliation.
To do with it. Nothing to do with this play except it was
a face mask. That's it. Now, first down and 10 here with the ball at the 7 with 40 seconds. Fowler set to throw, rolls right, got a man.
Ooh.
And Lakey can't hold on to it.
Intended receiver for St. Andrews.
It would have been a short gain if he catches. He may just as well be an incomplete there because you know what, you get a yard, maybe 2, and the clock starts running again.
Yeah, that was a good incomplete pass.
So you got second down and goal. This is the end of the field where it's pretty dry.
Which I think running would be open, and we've not seen them run the ball at all on this series. All passes so far here. Clock stop 37 seconds. Second goal ball spotted at the 7. Inside the Pizza Hut red zone. Remember, it's not too late. We still got a whole second half, so go to pizzahut.com and get yours now. Cook in the back of the end zone, and that's going to be a touch. Oh, he dropped it.
Went right through.
I didn't see it on the ground there.
I think it was tipped, and it may have changed the direction of the ball.
It looked like he had both feet in, but then he stepped in front of the ball, and I couldn't see it. But
I think it got tipped, and then just kind of wobbled a little bit as he was trying to catch it.
So now a third down and goal with the ball at the 7. 32 seconds. So plenty of time here with 2 timeouts for the Knights.
I'm sure Cook would say he wanted that one back, but Fowler zipped that between a couple of defenders.
He put a little bit of rocket ship speed on that one. Come out 4 receivers, 2 left, 2 right. Allen in the backfield, and that's going to be a false start there on the Knights, as they're able to get one of the men to jump off sides, and that looks like it's going to be number 58.
False start, number 58 on the offense. Third down.
It's going to go against, see if I can find a jersey number there for
58.
Yeah, I don't see a name for 58. So number 58, that's all I got. Sorry,
Okay.
folks.
The mysterious number 58.
Yes, sir.
The fella you and I used to work with used to just make up a name.
Yeah, we can do that if you want. Trips right here. McCoy at the bottom. They're double teaming him. As Allen makes the catch in the middle of the field, stays on his feet, and he'll be stopped at the 7.
Let's see if the field goal unit looks like they're keeping the offense on the field.
And it's 4th down and goal. 25 seconds left. And if I'm Robert Curtin here, I'm going to let the clock run down to about 5 or 6 seconds.
Yeah, you don't want to have to kick off, particularly after you've had a kickoff that's been taken back.
Exactly. I'm going to let it run down to about 5 or 6 seconds. That looks like what he's going to do. Going to let it run down, maybe even lower than that, because, I mean, it is a 4th down play, so don't give them any chance. And he calls timeout with 2 seconds left. This will be the final play of the first half. And take a shot at the end zone if you want to pass it, or just send the field goal unit out there and kick one.
Well, this will give you an opportunity here to decide what you want to do.
Yeah, gives you a little bit of time. Ball spotted currently, if we look out there on the field, at the 7. 4th and goal. You're trailing by 11, and you receive the second half kickoff. So you'd have to think, if you think your field goal kicker can put it through, you go for 3.
Well, you got a left to right angle here.
And the wind is blowing from left to right now as well.
I don't know that the wind is a tremendous factor here unless you just hit one sideways up through there. If you hit it sideways, the wind at this distance could be a factor, but kicker definitely got the leg to kick it from this distance in this wind.
As we await and see what the decision from head coach Robert Curtin is.
I believe I'd almost go for it.
Is the wind picking up yet again here in Laurinburg? Clouds moving quick up in the sky there, Mark.
And that's the offense. Well, no, that's the kicker coming out.
No, that's the offense.
No, 99's
the kicker, yeah. That's McPherson. As McPherson is out there on the field, I didn't see him walking out there. I just saw Fowler, yeah. As McPherson lines up here for a 23-yarder.
What's your best fake field goal play?
If you want one, run it. You got Fowler. He's the hold man, and he can take it and run. And they going to throw it with Fowler. Pressure gets to him. He throws. Got a man in the end zone. Jumps for it. 50-50 ball. Is he in there? Incomplete.
Oh, my goodness. Let's take another look at that one.
He's the hold man, and he can take it and run. And they going to throw it with Fowler. Pressure gets to him. He throws. Got a man in the end zone. Jumps for it. 50-50 ball. Is he in there? Incomplete.
Oh, my goodness. Let's take another look there.
Guess who it was that made that play, Mark?
Which one? Who was that?
That was Monte Williams, the one that has been a magnet to the football.
He almost came down with it, but instead that's going to be the end of the first half.
And that's a heartbreak there for the Knights, as that was a beautiful thrown ball by Andrew Fowler. Drawn up perfectly, just not able to get the foot down was Monte Williams, and we'll head to half with the score 14-3. The Point University Skyhawks on top of the St. Andrews Knights here in Laurinburg. We're going to step aside real quick here in Laurinburg, and we'll come right back with our Ben Minot Shop, Click, and Drive halftime show.
for the St. Andrews Singers and is our mascot, St. Andy. After graduation, Detuan intends to pursue graduate studies. Graduating senior, Detuan Bernier.
Oh yeah, go do what you need to do.
As long as you're good with that.
I am, yeah, we're good.
We're on the St. Andrews website, right?
Yeah, we should be. But we're on there at YouTube.
I'm gonna go on there and I'm gonna copy the link and then I'm gonna post it underneath.
Yeah, push it out.
RBL again.
And ladies and gentlemen, we would now like to recognize our homecoming court here for 2022. Representing our freshman class, we have Sam Dial and Hannah Johnson. Sam is from Lawrenceburg, North Carolina. He's on the football team. He's a physical education major and enjoys hanging out with friends in his free time. Hannah is from Clarksville, Tennessee, and is on the softball team. She is an elementary education major and enjoys reading in her spare time. Again, representing the freshman class, Sam Dial and Hannah Johnson. Representing our sophomore class, we have Sarah Seidel and Amber Bird. Sarah is from Salisbury, Maryland, and is on the softball team. She is majoring in sports performance, health, and fitness. She enjoys surfing in her free time. Amber is from Anaheim, California, and is also majoring in sports performance, health, and fitness. She too is on the softball team and also in her free time. Sophomore class members, Sarah Seidel and Amber Bird. Representing our junior class is Marvin Farmer and Charlie Mullins. Marvin is a member of the football team and is from Lakeland, Florida. He is an interdisciplinary studies major and a pre-doctorate in physical therapy program. He enjoys fishing and watching anime in his free time. Charlie is from Camden, South Carolina and plays on our softball team. She is a health services administration major and enjoys fishing with her dad in her free time. Junior class representatives, Marvin Farmer and Charlie Mullins. And last, representing our senior class as the Knight of the Round Table is Alyssa Farrar. As Alyssa is from Charlotte, North Carolina and is on the softball team. She is a biology major and enjoys hanging out with her friends in her spare time. Senior class member and Knight of the Round Table, Alyssa Farrar. Give a big round of applause to our homecoming court for 2022.
Welcome back into Laurinburg, North Carolina for the Mid-Minute Shop Click and Drive halftime show. Mark Clemens, James Mellick, the 485 crew here for you guys this evening. With a score, 14-3, Point University on top of the St. Andrews Knights. And Mark, so far it's been a pretty competitive first half here.
Oh, absolutely. The real difference in the football game, we've got 3 scores in this ball game. There have been big plays responsible or setting those up. The field goal for St. Andrews, the interception set up the good field position. The first touchdown for Point came after a long bomb that got them down in scoring territory. And then the other touchdown was the kick return after the St. Andrews field goal. So big plays making the difference right now. It's anybody's ball game, but if you're Point, you're in good shape, but you've got to build on it. If you're St. Andrews, we're not too far back. You're going to get the ball first. And we look at let's go to our Cannon Pharmacy scoreboard first.
You want to go to the scoreboard?
And then we'll look at some stats here just in a moment here at halftime. But CannonPharmacies.com, home of free delivery. They've got locations Concord, Kannapolis, Salisbury, Charlotte, and Mooresville. CannonPharmacies.com.
Some of our kickoffs from noon. You have Ohio State and Indiana at halftime. Ohio State leads that one 28-7. Tennessee, Missouri, a battle of SEC on CBS, 28-14. Tennessee leads that. Notre Dame, Navy, and a pretty good matchup all the time there, but Notre Dame well in control, 35-13. LSU, Arkansas in a battle in Arkansas. The score 6-3. LSU leads that one in a close one. Illinois, Purdue just before halftime, 14-14. Illinois with the ball. Kentucky, Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt leads at half, 7-6. Just before half in the Oklahoma-West Virginia game, West Virginia's trailing 12-6 in that one. UConn versus Liberty. UConn leading Liberty 21-17 at halftime. That would be an upset right there if Liberty was to get beat by UConn.
And Liberty coming off of an upset, aren't they?
Yeah, they're coming off an upset. Michigan State and Rutgers. Michigan State leads that one at halftime, 14-7. And then one that we're going to talk about here real quick that we need to have the team that's leading lose, Duke, Virginia Tech. Duke leads 10-7 into the third. And if Duke loses, that pretty much solidifies the ACC championship in the Coastal, well, not the championship, the Coastal Conference for Carolina.
Well, or Carolina winning tonight against Wake Forest. That's a big game up at, I guess, what is it, BB&T? So what do they call the stadium? It used to be Grove Stadium.
It's BB&T now, I think.
Yeah. All these sponsorships, I always forget the names of the stadiums. I was telling somebody last night, last time I was at a football game in Charlotte in the rain when we were at the Panthers game, I said it was this stadium, but it was Erickson Stadium.
And I almost actually, me and the girlfriend and my buddy were actually looking at tickets to go to that UNC Wake Forest game tonight, but decided better of it. We're not going to make the trip to Winston-Salem, not far from us, to go to the game. We'll stay at the house and watch it. Just too much good football on to go focus on one game, I think, tonight.
Well, let's look at some first half stats while we've got a chance here on the BenMinute.com halftime report. St. Andrews, if you just took the score out of this, you would think St. Andrews probably had the lead. They've had 13 first downs, 1 of 7 passing for Point. I was surprised. I thought they might have thrown the ball a little bit more, but that one pass play really just, it turned the game on its edge to begin with. It gave Point the lead. Rushing yards, first downs, 2 rushing first downs for St. Andrews, 6 for Point. I'll slide down.
The only thing I see there that really stands out to me is that third down efficiency. They're both pretty even.
Yeah, they're 2 for 6 and 1 for 7. So neither one's doing very well. So it's a defensive struggle. Look how close the yardage is. 144 total yards to 147. The right-hand column, as we scroll down there, is St. Andrews. Point is on the left. Kickoff returns, 2 for 95.
That's big.
Yeah, one took it to the house.
2 for 95 and then 2 for 26. I mean, you're in that category down 30 yards. And that, I mean, not 30, 70 yards. That's huge when you're down 70. And then look at the penalties. Yeah. Look at how much more is on the Point side compared to the St. Andrews side. I mean, they're giving up 40 yards in penalties.
To this point, though, the Knights have not been able to take good advantage of that. Here's your passing yards, 103 for Andrew Fowler. No interceptions, no touchdowns. 58 yards, all came on that, first play from scrimmage.
Yeah, basically the first play from scrimmage, that 58-yarder. Only 1 for 7 on completions there is Gossett. And that one big play right from the line, from the get-go, the first play from scrimmage, put them down there and bang. They're big with it.
Nobles with 44 yards, Eatman with 19, Gossett with 10 for Bryant. On the St. Andrews side, we've got Fowler with 22. Your quarterback, your leading rusher. You don't want that to happen very often.
No.
But receiving yards.
Oh my, I get what happened there. Okay, so what happened was he just said point to get second half kickoff. If that's the case, and he is right, what happened was the Knights decided to kick the ball to start the game after they lost the toss, which would give a double ball to point, but I don't know that he's right there because
I
he's
don't
not.
think he is.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, St. Andrews is going to receive. I was hoping that's not what happened because I thought that the Knights won the kickoff and deferred, or the toss deferred. If they deferred, then they decided to receive. That means the Knights should get second half kickoff. That's what I thought happened, and I thought I might have missed something, but I didn't. Point is set to kick this one away.
Well, I was out there, and I thought the captain for St. Andrews says we want the ball second half, but maybe they just didn't understand downstairs, I guess.
Yeah, I was a little confused there for a second when he said that, because I thought the Knights were supposed to get it, and they are going to get the ball here to start the second half. And again, Mark, so far a competitive matchup here in Laurinburg as we're set to get the second half underway.
Well, we had like 3 yards difference in total offense.
3 yards. 144 to 147 total yards. Time of possession less than a minute difference. So right there at it, both teams with 1 turnover. It has been a battle here in Laurinburg. Thanks for listening to the Ben Minot Shop Click and Drive halftime show, and we are underway here to start the second half, as that one will bounce out of bounds, an illegal kick out of bounds, and that'll move the ball up to the 35-yard line.
That's a good starting field position for St. Andrews.
And a smart decision.
Coach Soupy Campbell always says, you want to win the kickoff, you have to have the 25-yard line is kind of like the marker. If you keep the ball inside the 20, the kicking team wins. If you get it out beyond the 25, the receiving team has won that play.
And this is definitely a win for the kicking team, or the receiving team, as the ball is at the 35, and a good job there by Williams. Williams only a freshman on the far side of the field, but a smart decision and good football IQ to let that one bounce out. As they come here with a 1st and 10, ball spotted at the 35 after the kick out of bounds. Fowler out there, gets the snap and set to throw. Near side to Allen into the flat. Allen makes a move inside, and he'll get out to the 44. That'll be a pick up a 9 on 1st down, and a good start to this drive.
Yeah, nice throw and catch.
They didn't run anything crazy, just like you said, a throw and catch into the flat, and he turned it upfield and able to get 9.
At the St. Andrews 44-yard line.
2nd and 1 here. There's a snap. Fowler to the flat here, and they can hold on to it as Crowder.
Fowler's pass incomplete, intended receiver number 87, Dante Crowder.
Crowder wanted to get going. He wanted to cut off that block and try to get the 1st down.
4-yard line.
You got to secure the catch before you can take off running.
Yeah.
You hear that at every level. It happens in the NFL as well, not just college football or high school. It happens everywhere. Players ready to turn that thing upfield, just don't quite have it in hand.
Got to do one thing at a time.
3rd down and 1 with the ball at the 44. Fowler set to throw, goes into the flat, finds McCoy, and he gets it across midfield down to the Skyhawks 48.
Just a little.
Ball at the 44. Fowler set to throw, goes into the flat, finds McCoy, and he gets it across midfield down to the Sky. McCoy, the transfer from Southern Miss, the D1 school here, only played in about 7 games for St. Andrews, only eligible after about game 2 for the Knights.
He played down there for Mike Leach. Was Mike down there?
I don't know who he played with at Southern Miss.
No, he's a
Mike Leach is at Mississippi State.
Mississippi State, okay.
Yes, sir.
Lane Kiffin.
Lane Kiffin, yes. As Fowler tucks it here and set to run. Heading towards the edge and brought down from behind inside the 45 at the 44.
Fowler continued to be the leading rusher for St. Andrews.
And that's tough. You know, there's really only one team you want to, maybe two. And the two teams that come into my mind when I hear that is, one is the Baltimore Ravens and the other one is the Eagles. Because you got Lamar Jackson and Jalen Hurts. Not saying Andrew Fowler's not in that category, but
yeah, no, I don't think he is, but he would like to be.
He would love to be for sure. Second down and 7 here with the ball at the 44-yard line of the Skyhawks. As hit in the backfield there is going to be Devontae Allen for a loss of 1 back to the 45.
Well, number 90 there ripping at the ball, trying to get that. And we saw that ripped out in that one play in the first half.
And a quick key to the game real quick there, Mark, that we talked about. We've usually talked about how penalties have sometimes bit the Knights this year. So far, leading the penalty category, and that's why this game is only an 11-point ball game.
And we talked about keeping your emotions in check, and that we've seen that one little flare-up when the quarterback got his helmet ripped off, but, you know, I'd be mad about that too.
Yeah, I'd definitely be mad about that, and they've also not lived in the past. They're looking forward every play as Fowler able to get that one to Allen there. Allen able to fight back to the 40 as it looked like that was going to be about a loss of about that. And they've also not lived in the past. They're looking forward every play as Fowler able to get that one to Allen there. Allen able to fight back to the 40 as it looked like it was going to be a loss there. Instead, Allen able to get that to the 40 and make it a 4th down and 2. And you're really in no man's land here, Mark. Going for it makes a lot of sense.
And my apologies there. I think I've got the wrong settings on those replays. We may be playing the audio back that's coming back to you. If that is the case, my apologies. We'll try to change that here next time we get a quick break.
4th down and 2. They're 0 for 1 today on 4th downs. The only 4th down they went for was the one for a touchdown to end the second half. Come out with 4 receivers, and there comes the blitz. Got a man in the flat of McCoy, and that's incomplete as Fowler got drove into the earth.
Yeah, he had no time to throw, and the receiver could not run the route he wanted because the safety came up, just stepped right in front of him, so there was nowhere to go. That good defensive play that time by Point.
So 0 for 2 for the Knights on 4th downs, as they've not converted on either one of them so far in this game. They'll turn the ball over at the Skyhawks 40, and that's where the offense will take over. As Gossett and the offense trot out there, the junior only has 1 completion so far today, 1 for 7. And only completion was to start the game, 58 yards to Bryant. Gossett set to throw here. Looks deep again, got Bryant, and overthrows him by about 2 yards there. And that's the same play they ran to open up the game, Mark.
Yeah, just ran the opposite side of the field, and it was wide open.
And it was wide open yet again, just overthrows him. And that one would have been another big play there.
I remember back in the old days, all the teams, when you see Texas and Oklahoma and all those teams running the wishbone, you see Carolina running those I formations with Bill Dooley and those, they always throw the ball downfield 3 or 4 times just as far as the quarterback can throw it. And then they go back to the run. There's a flag on the play. Let's see what this is. It may be a illegal block.
They run that one with Noble up the middle for a pickup of 8. We'll wait and see what the flag is. That's thrown at the 42, and it's a hold on the offense. That one's going to come back. They got 67 there on the call. Noah Winstead.
What is Noble's? What do they list him as size-wise?
Noble?
Because he looks like he brings a load.
Noble's 6 foot, 208 pounds.
That's a solid 208 there when he brings a load to the line of scrimmage.
He starts running north to south. Not a whole lot of movement east to west for Noble. That moves the ball back to the point 32, makes this a second down and about 18. Gossett set to throw and goes to Bryant. And he's drugged down at the 36. Good defense there by Amos Combs and Austin Hunt on the tackle. And it's a big third down here for the Knights.
Absolutely. Got a little bit back, but still a long down in distance at third and, what about?
Third and 14?
14? Yeah.
And you got the safeties playing back deep here for the Knights as they're playing back almost at midfield, playing about 14 yards off the line. Just don't let anybody beat them behind.
3 down linemen on defense.
There's a snap to Gossett. He'll roll right. Hunt chasing after him, and he'll run out of bounds at the 40.
Did he throw in the towel there?
He threw the towel in, it looked like.
That towel, as he's been chased, that towel comes flying off.
As it flies and hits the ground, and that's a good stop there. He threw in the towel, like you said, and the defense has stepped up.
The penalty was the big play. The penalty put everything off schedule, and it put them behind the sticks. Instead of being able to just, pound with Nobles,
it forced them to have to throw it, being only 1 for 7 to start the game there to halftime. That put them behind and unable to recover, and Monte Williams will grab that one at the 25 on the fair catch, actually the 26, and that's where the Knights will take over for their second drive of the second half.
Pretty good hands on that one there.
10:28 remaining here, third quarter. The score 14-3. The Knights trailing by 11, trying to dig back into it here. A touchdown would turn this game on its head and turn momentum right back to the Knights, as they've had all the momentum here to start the second half anyways, but a touchdown would be huge. As they line up McCoy to the top by himself. Fakes the handoff to Leggett. He looks deep, got a man a Cook. He throws it and can't get to it, but that's going to be a PI, and the flag spotted up at the 35, and that'll be a spot flag. That's huge.
Well, no, it'll be 15 yards because I don't think you get.
I thought it was a spot.
Let's see. Maybe it is.
I could be wrong. I thought it was a spot foul in NAI. They move it back to the 37.
Okay, you're probably right. No, 15.
Nope, it's only 15. Okay.
Yeah, it's a spot foul inside 15.
Inside, okay.
Inside 15. If it's beyond 15, it's a 15-yard penalty.
You were on. I thought that was a spot foul. So my apologies to the staff or the folks listening at home, and of course the big man here who's caught a little bit more football than me, Mark Clemens, has nailed it.
Call a few, and I usually have got more wrong than you do too. So, I try not to get in arguments with the referees because I usually don't know what I'm talking about.
Hey, I've been wrong quite a few times myself, and I don't try to get in arguments with them either. That's why I always like having Perry here, because
he knows the officiating. He was a back judge for decades.
And he knows.
And he's not even that old.
No, he's not, but he knows his football.
He started young.
Ball at the 41 after the penalty. Comes into the flat here to Crowder. And Crowder takes a shot as he falls forward to the 44.
87, Dante Crowder. On the stop for Point University, number 26, Marion Larkin.
Larkin with the stop. Marion Larkin.
That's about like a running play. It's a short play, and hope you can break it once in a while.
Moves the ball up to the 44, so a second down and 7 here for the Knights. Clock under 10 in the third quarter. Give to Leggett. Leggett finds a hole up the middle and keeps the legs turning, and he'll get to the 40. He'll give him midfield.
He's a yard short. Looks like maybe a yard and a half. About a yard.
About a yard short, yeah. They're going to give him midfield, and that's going to bring up third down and 1 here. And if I'm head coach Robert Curtin, I'm doing that exact same play and running Leggett right up the middle. Went for 6 on that one. I'm going to go ahead and run it again because I only need 1. There's the snap. Give to Leggett. Leggett finds a hole, gets blockers, and he gets more than enough. He gets it all the way out to the 40. So a pick up a 10 there by Leggett as you see him
Yeah,
get
you
this
can see
edge
that.
here.
And the defense, they kick him to the
Snap,
outside.
give to Leggett. Leggett finds a
They
hole,
go
gets
for the quarter,
blockers, and he
now.
gets
Nice
more than
pickup.
enough. He gets it all the way out to the 40 there, come off the edge for point. He had all kinds of direction towards the quarterback of Gavin Graham, but instead Leggett able to avoid him and go get 10 and put the ball all the way up to the Skyhawks 40. Blitz again. Fowler throws this one, and he gets rid of it into his own sideline.
Number 2, Dennis Leggett, 2nd and 10.
Just throw that one away and lift to play another down.
Yeah, because he was all the way back across midfield when he released it. Would have been a huge loss there and pushed the ball all the way back to around the 48 of the Knights. Would have been a loss of about 18 there, or 12, sorry. And he decided to get rid of the ball and live to fight another down. And like we talked about, another key to the game. You have to forget the play before. Now let's see how he reacts after that one. 2nd and 10 here with the ball at the Skyhawks 40. And he reacts right to Leggett, who finds a hole, takes a shot.
Yeah, he got decleated there.
Number 11, Caleb Wade, with the tackle there. That was over to Leggett. Leggett able to pick up 9.
Well, Leggett bounced right back up. He adjusts his chin strap and head back to the huddle.
That's going to bring up a 3rd down and 1 here with the ball at the 31. It's been a good drive so far for the Knights here. Trying to claw back into this one, trailing by 11 with 8 minutes in the 3rd. Fowler to keep it here. He gets the first. Gets the edge and turns it upfield inside the 20. He's still on his feet, and that's going to be a touchdown by Andrew Fowler, the senior on senior day.
Check it out. They blitz the opposite side. He
Fowler to keep it here. He gets the
ignores
first.
it, runs the other
Gets
way
the edge
away
and turns
from
it upfield inside the
They must
20.
have seen that
He's still on his
film.
feet, and that's going to be a touchdown by.
Because it looked, he knew exactly what he was going to do there and didn't even make a fake to the ball carrier.
And Andrew Fowler, the leader of the offense on senior day, making a huge impact, running that one from 31 yards out there for the quarterback keeper to close this one up, pending the extra point to make it a 4-point ball game. And do you kind of wonder, you're down 4. If you make the extra point, do you fake it again to make it to, if you hit a field goal, it's a tie ball game? Let's see what they go for. They decide to kick the extra point, and it's up and good. So instead, they decide to kick it, makes it 10-14, 7:51 remaining, and all of the momentum has shifted over to the Knights here in Laurinburg.
Yeah, I'd say that's you're absolutely right. Cameron McFadder gets the kick. I didn't. This is going to sound like hindsight and second guessing after the fact, but it's too early to chase points on 2-point conversions.
You think so?
I think so, because you think about this. Every time you chase that point and you miss,
yeah,
there's, I've got to go get that. I've got to make that one back up. I got to make it. It's a psychological thing, and as the game goes along, before you know it, the one extra point that you were trying to go for turns into 3 lost extra points.
Yeah, and then you're sitting there saying, well, now we're down 3, or if we only lose by 1, what if we just would have not went for it one time?
Take the points.
Take the points for sure, especially in a battle this close when it's only a 4-point affair. The last 2 times these two met, the final score was 48-6. Not saying we're not going to get to 48, but we got a long ways to go to get there.
We do have a long way to go to get to that. And Point has won the last 2 matchups in this. See that run by Fowler
was 31 yards.
31-yarder.
31 yards. He's still the leading rusher. That should put him somewhere around about 70 yards.
Yeah, I believe you're about right.
So a lot of yards on the ground for the quarterback. He's making it known.
And Cameron McFadder out to kick it off.
Back deep to receive looks to be Bryant. And they're going to do a short squib kick here that'll be fielded and pitched back.
Oh, they look like they're running an option. They did only pitch it once, though.
Yeah, they only pitched it once, and now it gets out to the 31.
You know, it's the 40th anniversary of the Stan Cal band game. 40 years ago in 1982.
Is that the one with?
It's crazy. I was listening to an ESPN podcast the other day about it. They've got I don't know if it's a 30 for 30 or a special coming up from ESPN on that, but That was a crazy game. John Elway actually played in that game, was on the losing end of that.
That is crazy that it was that long ago. I remember watching the films and all that. I wasn't born at that time, but I remember watching
seeing,
all the footage.
I remember seeing the replays on it.
Bryant in motion. Gossett hands it off to the ball carrier. Right side, he runs into a line. It's a 30. That's going to be a loss of 2 and a big stop by the defense. The ball carrier was A.J. Ratham. Ratham with a carrier, and the stop made there by, was that number 26 with the stop?
Spicer, I think, yeah.
Spicer, yeah, 26.
Knocks him down and helps him up.
Brings up second down, 13, ball spotted at the Skyhawks 30-yard line.
And that's a loss of 3 there. And a good start to this drive as the momentum is all with the Knights, and it shows right there. Second down and 13 here with the ball at the 30. Again, up the middle.
Not much there.
Nothing there. He'll get out to the 31, so a pickup of 1 by Ratham, the junior from Sugar Hills, Georgia. And he's the little guy. He kind of vanishes once he gets behind those big guys up front. Only 5'6" at 160.
Third and long.
Look who they bring back in, though. The power back of Nobles is back in there in the backfield with Gossett.
Big third down for your Knights defense.
Well, the clouds have cleared away.
Yes, they have. It's starting to pick up. The heat is, too. It's getting warm. Third down and 13 here. Gossett set to throw. Sets his feet, throws. Got a man of Bryant and overthrows him again.
Incomplete, intended receiver number 6, Emory Bryant.
And he had him. That's twice he's had him here to start this second half mark and just overthrown him by a couple of yards.
And what is I tell you about the the old timey running teams, the Oklahomas, Texas, Arkansas, Alabama, all those teams. Throw the ball down the field as far as you can throw it, at least 4 times a game.
And they have done it right there, at least 3 so far. And one of them has been.
They've connected on one, and it turned into a touchdown.
Back deep to receive here is Monte Williams.
Of course, the other 2 were open. It's a tail dragger.
That's going to take a bounce for the Knights, and it's going to hit a Skyhawk back at the 47, 46.
At the St. Andrews 46.
So the Knights will take over with good field position at their own 46 with 6:02, trailing by 4. All the momentum's on their side here,
Yeah,
Mark.
it is right now. You want to get a good first down play. Don't do anything.
Yeah.
I mean, don't do anything risky. Just make a good, solid play. Get 3 or 4 yards, and maybe you break it, but
you don't think
keep positive.
You don't think you take a shot deep?
I wouldn't take a shot.
You got him up against the ropes. See what they decide to do. Head coach Robert Curtin trying to get his second win as the head coach here for the Knights.
Of course, you know how much I know about.
And they're going to play it safe and go near side to Cook, and he can't hold on to it.
And Cook's a guy that normally doesn't do that.
Right off the hands, and that was a beautiful thrown pass right to Cook. Just couldn't hold on to it.
And he's your punter, so you know he's got pretty sure hands.
Yes, he does.
But he was thinking, I'm going to make that hard cut inside off that block, and you got to get that football first.
The most important thing about making that cut is having the football.
Yeah.
They're going to line up trips to the right, McCoy to the bottom by himself on this 2nd and 10 here. Ball at the Knights 46. Fowler pulls it out of the belly, and he'll take it himself. And he'll get across the 50 down to the 48 of Point.
Took a pretty good shot as he went down.
Yeah, Bickley hit him pretty hard there.
Gain of 6 brings up 3rd down and 4, ball spotted.
So a 3rd and 4 here for the Knights.
This keeps you in a situation where you can run or pass.
Yes, it does.
Everybody looking at the wristbands.
And you're really in no man's land. I mean, you could punt it here, but why not go for it if you have to on a 4th down situation?
Unless it's really short, I think you're going to see them punt it. But I think
trips left, 1 right, McCoy the man at the bottom. 3rd down and 4. Fowler, pressure, middle. Almost intercepted as he tried to throw that one towards McCoy. And that was almost picked off there by Caleb Wade.
I think he threw that one late. Looked like McCoy had gone out of the spot. And now
here comes the punting unit out there.
Now, of course, you've got your punter is a wide out.
Your punter is a wideout.
So
And let's see who they line up in the backfield with him. Remember last
we
week,
saw that short snap that worked real well.
Putting in number 48. That's who they're going to line up there.
And he's under center.
He's under center, yeah.
Now they're going to shift out of it.
That's going to be Aaron Christian. They are going to punt it here. And he's going to get rid of it in time. It's Cook. Fielded and fair caught there by Neal at the 20.
Neal saved probably 10 yards in field position by catching that on a fair catch.
That puts the ball at the 19.
Now that's 3 kicks inside the 20 for Cook. Had one inside the 10, one at the 11, and now one at the 19.
And he's listed on paper as a wide receiver.
Well, yeah, he is wide receiver. He's a
good wide receiver.
He's a good wide receiver.
Punter as well.
Yeah.
As Gossett back out there with the offense. 1st and 10 with the ball at the 19. Hands it off to Noble. Noble lets the block create, and he'll run forward for about 3.
Got a man down.
Yeah, we have a Skyhawk down here. And with that, we're going to bring up our Cannon Pharmacy scoreboard real quick there, Mark, and see if we can get some updates.
Okay, yeah, see what we've got there.
See if I can get it to refresh. For some reason, my phone just froze.
Oh, did it?
There we go. Now we just refreshed it. In a Big Ten matchup, Ohio State leads Indy 28-7. Tennessee, Missouri in a SEC matchup, 28-17. Navy, Notre Dame with the ball, or Navy with the ball, Notre Dame leading that one 35-13. LSU still in that tight battle with Arkansas, 6-3.
Well, that's the kind of games that LSU's been playing this year. They play those close, tight games.
And I was listening to something while we have a second here. I was listening to a podcast here on the way up talking about some of the games coming up, and that was one of the games they brought up. And they said that it was going to be a tough game for Arkansas. And you know what the reasoning was behind it?
What is that?
They said because this weekend opens up anything but bow season in Arkansas for hunting, and they said those boys are going to want to wish they were out hunting, so they're going to be off this week. Doesn't look like it so far.
Yeah, I don't think so.
That's what one of the guys said, and I was kind of blown away that he brought that up during the podcast. Doesn't look like it so far.
That's somebody like me that just has to have something to say. Hey, let's do a real quick scoring recap here. The point got on the board after the long pass play set up a good field position. Deontay Eatman with a 1-yard run. Giovanni Martinez with a kick. St. Andrews gets an interception by Monte
Williams.
Monte Williams sets up a field goal for Cameron McFadden from 25 yards. Then an ensuing kickoff, 80 yards return for Emory Bryant. Then Andrew Fowler just scored a few moments ago with a 31-yard kick return. Looks like we're about ready to go back to action here. And
more bad news for the Skyhawks as they've already lost Eatman, their running back, and now Noble, the injured player there for the Skyhawks, walking off the field. So the 2 leading backs injured here so far for the Skyhawks. Set to throw, finds Bryant, and that one pops out. And Allen with the hit, able to get that one to pop out.
When he brought the arms around to make the tackle, one arm hit the football and it knocked it free.
Jalen Allen, the freshman from Columbia, South Carolina, makes the big hit. That was enough for the first down, but that hit jarred that football loose.
Yeah, good hit. That was a nice throw, but just not able to hang on.
3rd down and 7 here. Gossett in a passing situation. Set to throw, looks here near side. Wow. That one tipped, and it'll fall incomplete. And it looked like Monte Williams might have been the one who got his hand up there and tipped it.
I thought that was Billy Kilmer. You're too young to remember Billy Kilmer for the Washington Redskins. And Billy would throw some of the ugliest looking balls, because that one was tipped. That was a Baker Mayfield there.
That was a Baker Mayfield for sure. And speaking of Baker Mayfield, Carolina Panthers now only one game out of the division after the win on Thursday night.
Well, technically a game and a half. If Tampa wins, it'll go back to 2 games because Tampa would have the lead. If Tampa Bay loses to Seattle, then there'll be a 1-game margin between the Falcons, the Bucks, and the Panthers.
And it looked like they were going to be way out of it. Instead, battling as that one's going to be punted, and Monte Williams will field it and take off at the 35. Now up to the 40. Takes a shot, and the ball's on the ground. But recovered there by the Knights. He took a shot, and that football popped out.
I think I missed the recovery.
Monte Williams will field it and take off at the 35. Look at Monte
Now
Williams.
up to the
40. Takes a shot, and the ball's on the ground.
Big hit.
But recovered there by the Knights.
Recovered
He
by
took
the
a
Knights.
shot.
Recovered by number
And
24
there. Almost Kyle, the freshman from Florence, South Carolina, jumps back on it.
Flag on the play on the far side of the field.
At the 34.
That's ahead of the play.
Is the wind picking up again here? Now it's shifted again, Mark.
Yeah.
Now blowing from left to right on the field.
And these, before and after these tropical storms and hurricanes, you get all these twists. Those storms just kind of spinning. And then when you get on the backside, the rotation changes because you start.
So a holding on the kicking team. That's going to add 10 yards there.
Oh, wow.
For the Knights at the end of the kick, and that's going to move the ball all the way up to around about the 24-yard line, I believe.
Yep.
Oh, no. I thought they were already at the
now here's
okay, so no, they're going to keep the ball at the 34.
Let's play a little chess right here. Great field position. You want to take a shot. The defense knows that. They dial up a blitz. Why don't we throw a screen?
I like the play call there. Go with the screen. You got Cook down here at the bottom, so it makes sense. If they don't bring the blitz, they have no safety help over the top. You can look deep, far top side
Yeah, you
to
got
McCoy.
one-on-one.
Now they bring safety over the top. Fowler comes near side. He'll throw and throw it away.
Just get rid of it.
And I think he kind of saw the same thing you saw, that they were showing a blitz and then dropped back that safety on him, and he just kind of delivered the fight.
Play a little more chess. They kind of flipped it around. If they're going to do that, we're going to do this.
And I think that was a good call by Fowler. He stops the clock with 4:14, trailing by 4. The score 14-10. The Knights trailing. They have a shot to take the lead right here on this drive as they face a 2nd down and 10 with the ball at the 33-yard line of the Skyhawks. Fakes the hand to Leggett. Fowler set to throw. Looks far side. Got McCoy. And it's intercepted. As that one was underthrown, and that's going to be picked off there by Neal.
Let's see if we can see this. I may have missed this one.
Fakes the hand to Leggett.
But he did a good job getting his
Looks
feet
far
down.
side. Got McCoy. And it's intercepted. As that one was
Actually got both
underthrown, and that's
feet
going to
down.
be picked off there by Neal. And good camera work there. So after the interception, that's the 2nd turnover there for the Knights today. And only one so far still for Point University, but they are back deep in their own back towards their own end zone at their 2-yard line. As well, they'll start this drive with 4:08, leading by 4 in the 3rd quarter.
A little bit of a field position game right now.
1st and 10 from its own 1-yard line.
Actually, the ball spotted at the 1, they're saying. Gossick's going to go under center, and with the Indrid and Noble, this looks even more critical now.
You got to watch the snap, too. How many times have they taken snaps under center?
Rathbum carries it up the middle, and he'll get out to the 4. Or actually, they keep that with the quarterback, a Gossett.
Number 54, Devin Turner.
Devin Turner there with the stop.
Short gain. Brings up 2nd and 9 from the point 4-yard
So
line.
it's 2nd and 9. Actually, should be about a 2nd and 8 here for this Point University. Back deep in their own territory still. Gossett gets it. He'll keep it again. He'll fight forward and get across the 5 down to the 6. And it's been a tough battle to get out of there. And
It's rough in the middle right there. The quarterback doing a good job of just kind of picking his way along to get a couple of – you've got almost enough to punt now without being at risk of the back line. But we have saw some high snaps. And a couple of times, if you can force the punt here, St. Andrews has just missed getting the kick.
And with the injury to Eaton and Nobles, you think that has to change a little bit of what Point has to do here at the remainder of this game, and at least right now to get out of this territory. That ball on the ground and able to get back on it at the 1.
Just a tough break. Watch this.
A little bit of what Point has to do here at the remainder of this game, and at least right now to get out of this territory. That ball on the ground and able to get back on it at the 1.
He's just so close to falling on it in the end zone. That would have been 2.
He was looking to get rid of that ball before he ever received it in his hands, and now the punter in a bad spot with his heels against the back line, and he's seen a couple of high snaps.
You have no margin for error on the back. You've got a short protection window, so you don't have those guys that are running 15 yards to get to you. They're running about 8 to get to that
and a timeout called here
point.
by Point. Like you just said, A, short margin of error, and B, you know they're bringing the house.
This is the biggest play of the game to this point with 1:55 left in the third quarter.
Oh, yeah.
You got to figure if you're St. Andrews,
you're at least going to get it in
you're
good field
going to get
position.
good field position, because even if he just kicks a hound out of the ball, he's going to get out to about the 50-yard line.
Yeah, so either way, you're going to get good field starting position. But if you can get back there and get a blocked punt and then get the ball back,
oh yeah,
you're only down by 2 with 1:55, and man, you got a ball game. I mean, we got a ball game now with only 4. When we came out second half, and St. Andrews was able to punch that touchdown in there with that 31-yard run from Fowler, that changed the complexion. And then both running backs going down for Point has changed that, considering their quarterback's only thrown 2 completions so far.
Hey, do we call this a slobber knocker?
This is a slobber knocker for sure. Neither one of these teams want to go home with a loss in this final game. Both of them leaving it all out there on the field.
Williams going to be out at about the 35-yard line. 10 men. Well, it looks like they're going to go 9 men on the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, they're going to put
actually 8.
Actually, they're going to put Irvin back to receive. They're going to put Monte Williams and Austin Hunt up there to try to block it. Low snap. He's able to get rid of it, though.
Let's see. Is there a flag?
No flags so far, but there is some pushing and shoving. No flags back there.
I think the man that hit him was his own blocker.
He laid him out.
Let's see if we got a replay on this. I think we may have missed a flag.
We might have missed it, yeah. No flags so far, but there is some pushing and
shoving.
It doesn't look like it was his own guy right here. No flags back there.
I think the man that hit him was his own blocker.
He laid him out, guy.
That's a tough call for the official standing back there. He's closer than we are, but I think what happened is the blocker cut his legs.
Kevin Graham, the one who took him down, he was locked up with Trevor Collins, the senior for the Knights there.
And you know what I believe happened too, what kept it from being blocked? They got blocked off of the point. You know, you want to hit the spot where you're going to you want to hit the spot where you're going to kick it from, and I think they got blocked away from that, and maybe that short distance changed the threw them off just a little bit.
As Fowler set to throw here, goes over to Allen. Allen has a huge hole left side. And a first down for the Knights, and all the way inside the Pizza Hut red zone of the Knights.
Apologies, guys. I missed this whole play, but you can see him.
Goes over to Allen. Allen has a huge hole left side. And you hear the PA guy getting the crowd into it as they know the momentum is all on the Knights, and the Knights got the ball up to the 15-yard line for a 1st and 10. The marker on the far side says second, though. It is 1st and 10.
Yeah, it still says second, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. It should be first. As he throws near side, or far side to Cook. Cook hurdles a man, and in there for the touchdown is the Knights take their first lead of the ball game.
He catches them in the blitz. Yeah, it still says. And just dumps it out quick. Watch this.
It should be first. As he throws near side, or far side to Cook. Cook hurdles a man, and in there for the touchdown. And Cook with the easy hurdle over the defender, and he walks in there, and the Knights have the lead here on Senior Day.
This could make it a 3-point ball game here with the extra point if McFadder can get it through.
And you have to wonder, if you're Point University, you're trailing, your two leading backs are gone for the game, your quarterback's been struggling, what do you have to do to get the momentum back when your side is that one's blocked?
Loose.
And falling on by Point, so it'll keep it at a 2-point ball game.
By number 90, Nick Ford.
Nick Ford, one able to block that one for Point. The score, 16-14. St. Andrews on top, trying to get that second win of the year in a battle here on Senior Day in Laurinburg. Mark, these seniors want to go out with a bang at home, don't they?
I tell you what, both these teams seem to have a lot of want to in this one, but they're playing hard. I didn't think we'd see a defensive struggle, but that's essentially what we've had. It's been kind of a slugfest. And big plays, penalties, field position. That was a field position touchdown. We saw, St. Andrews getting the ball slightly on the other side of the 50. They worked a little bit, pushed them back around the middle, just kind of working their way until finally get to that point where the punt is at the back line of the end zone. And, of course, the interception at the 1-yard line, it's a good play for the defense. You don't want to drop it. You get the ball back, but you got to find a way to get the ball off the goal line.
Because once you get into that situation, it is tough to get away from the goal line. As you look at the score there, 1:02 remaining. Last scoring drive was a passing touchdown from 15 yards from Austin Fowler to
Andrew Fowler, I think.
Or Andrew Fowler to Arson Cook. From right in Winston-Salem, from Glenn High School. Wind blows the ball off the tee.
Isn't that up in Kernersville?
It's right there, Kernersville, Winston area. Powerhouse high school program. Kind of been not at their expectations the last few years, as they've struggled a little bit over there at Glenn. But normally one of the powerhouses in the state for high school football, Glenn is. As they're set to kick this one away. Can't catch the jersey number who's back deep to receive. But that'll be fielded at the 32 by number 1, who makes a man miss and gets to the 40 and takes a shot. That's going to be Neal.
He nearly broke that one.
Yeah, Neal almost took that one back. And there's some pushing and shoving going on in there in the pile. They all better be careful, because it's getting chippy. You can tell this is a conference game, and these two teams play each other and understand how much this one means.
Well, 16-14, St. Andrews with the lead. Great field position, though.
Ball spotted at the 44, as you just mentioned, Mark. Great field position here for Point. Only trailing by 2 with 56 left here in the third. Gossett gets it, gives it to the back, and he'll get 1 as they hand this one off to Isaac Jones. First time we've called Isaac Jones' name today. He's a sophomore, 5'8", 170 from Fort Worth, Texas.
They're going down the depth chart just a little bit at running back after a couple of injuries.
And Jones, all the way from Texas, goes all the way to West Point, Georgia. That's a pretty good little hike.
Yeah. Whereabouts is West Point, Georgia?
Not quite sure. We'll have to ask the man beside us to find out where that one's at. As Gossick set to throw, comes near side. That one's going to be incomplete. We're trying to get that over to...
Boy, 24 thumped the receiver just as the ball got there.
Christian Hodges, he tried to get that to. And a good defensive play there by Kyles, the freshman from Florence, South Carolina. Able to make.
What's that? Okay.
As this brings up a 3rd down and 9, and a big 3rd down and 9 here. The crowd trying to make as much noise as possible to get behind the defense and make the stop. Be good field position here for the Knights if they can get a stop. Gossick set to throw. Far side. It's off the chest of Bryant and incomplete. And a good defensive play on the far side of the field there by Allen. A good field position here for the Knights if they can get a stop.
He may have ran out of the picture. Let's see it.
Gossick set to throw. Far side. It's off the chest of Bryant and incomplete.
Bad camera work there, but that was a good defensive play. An accurate throw. He hit right on the money, but
is Allen the one able to make that play? And that brings up a 4th down, and Monte Williams stands back at his own 20. And the Knights have the lead and will get the ball here with 7 seconds left in the 3rd. A low snap, able to get it up. An end-over-end punt. Take a bounce for the Skyhawks and roll all the way inside the 20 and down to the 11, and that's, or the, sorry, 16. And that's where the Knights will get the ball to start the 4th quarter with the score 16-14 as we get ready to head to the 4th quarter here. One last 4th quarter for the seniors here for the St. Andrews Knights, and one last 4th quarter for the Point University Skyhawks. We have an absolute slobber knocker on hand.
16-14, still anybody's ball game. St. Andrews here, though, would like to add on to what they've got. And at the very least here, you need to change the field position. You don't want to have to kick from back inside your own 20. If you do that, you give a point a good opportunity if they want to take another deep shot or trying to work their way back down the field. It's only a 2-point ball game as we start the 4th quarter.
Yeah, you mentioned inside your own 20, and you don't want to give Point good field position. So far here in the second half, St. Andrews has won the field position battle. Right now, back deep in their own territory. Now this advantage could shift over to Point. Let's see if the Knights are able to get out of deep in their own territory, inside their own 20. Go put some more points on the board, or at least make it tougher on the offense here. As Andrew Fowler leads the offense out there for his final time as a senior. Gives it to Leggett. Leggett finds a hole, big hole for Leggett. He gets it all the way out to the 26. That's going to be enough for the 1st down.
Well, he took a big hit at the end, but good blocking up front.
And a good run by Leggett there on 1st down. And we haven't really mentioned yet there, Mark, good crowd on hand here today.
We do. Got 'em,
I mean, a great crowd.
Got them lined down both sides here on the home side, plus the stand's pretty full.
Parents and family here to support the seniors and everyone for the Knights, and even a good crowd on the far side of the field for Point University as they carry that one up the middle with Leggett. He jumps forward for 7.
Number 9, he just got a piece of him, or he might have been gone to the house on that one.
And they're right in the mud, right there in the worst part of the field where all this is going on. The ball back at the St. Andrews 33.
Well, you've done at least this. You've changed the field position by 10 yards.
Yeah.
Now you want to get greedy and change it a little bit more.
If you punt the ball from here, you have to think you would at least get it down to somewhere around the 30. Fowler, nice pump fake, and he'll take off. And that was a beautiful pump fake there by Fowler. I don't know how to do the replay on here. I don't know if you're going to catch it. Let's see here.
I think we did get it.
If you get it, watch this pump fake. Fowler, nice. Look at that. Bam. That pump fake will take off. The block developed and got him where he got. And that was a beautiful pump fake there by Fowler.
Completely obliterated him. That gave him just enough to run. He knew he only needed 2 yards.
Enough for the 1st down for the Knights. Moves the ball up to the 38.
It's number 51 on the block on that last play, the tackle for
we'll get that
St.
player
Andrews.
here
Yeah,
in a
we
second.
call his name.
Is Leggett with the carry up the middle. He's breaking one across midfield. And a good run for Leggett across midfield.
Block on that
We'll see. They're starting to take advantage there.
We'll get that
St.
player
Andrews,
here in
we
a second.
call his
Deal
name.
with the tackle. Leggett with the carry up the middle. He's breaking one across midfield.
And then cuts back.
And a good run by Leggett. We mentioned number 51 there on the play before. That's Desmond Anderson, the sophomore from Washington, Georgia. The defensive tackle that was in there and made that big block there so that Fowler could run for the 1st down. 1st down after the run from Leggett puts the ball at the Skyhawks 46. Back to Leggett. He runs up the middle and he'll get inside the 45.
He got spinning out of the pile.
puts the ball at the 43. Leggett comes out, and they bring in Devontae Allen now at the running back position.
Well, you get 3 yards on first down. That keeps you on schedule.
Second down and 7, ball spotted at the Skyhawks 43-yard.
The old 3
yards and a cloud.
first down.
3 yards and a cloud of dust. Woody Hayes, Ohio State.
You get 3 yards, and it's a first down with 4 plays. That's 12 yards. Fakes the handoff to Allen, and Fowler takes off. And Fowler moves the pile for the first down.
He's going to be close. Let's see where they spot it. It looks like where the linesman at. That's a first down.
And he hasn't said move the change yet. Still waiting on it.
They're looking down the line.
They're looking down the line. No official signal to move the change yet. It might be a 3rd and inches here. We'll wait and see. Still have not moved the change yet.
He says first, well.
And
I thought he signaled.
3rd down and about a half a yard. So just a half a yard short.
Everybody looking at the wristband now. What's the play call?
I'll put McCoy to the top by himself. Cook down at the bottom. Allen in the backfield. 3rd and 1 here. There's the snap. He gives it to Allen. Allen bounces it outside, gets the edge, and he looks like he's going to be about a half a yard short still, too.
He might even lost a half yard on that one. Good defensive pursuit. They stacked it up inside. It looked like that's where they were going to run, and when he bounced it, it was a foot race.
And that brings up 4th down here for the Knights.
Yeah, right here.
4th down and 1, ball spotted.
And here come the big bodies in. And I wouldn't hate if you lined up Andrew Fowler under center here, snapped it, and just kind of jumped forward with him.
4th down for your Knights offense.
So a huge 4th down here that could keep momentum for the Knights or shift it over to point. Let's see what they decide to do here.
There's a
on 4th and 1.
Super eye.
They give it to Allen. Allen gets it easily. And Allen gets it inside the 35 and down to the 33.
You line up with 2 fullbacks straight, one behind the other. Then you got the tailback dotting the I and the quarterbacks in the pistol.
And that was
that's a double-loaded pistol.
It was a double-loaded pistol for sure.
I don't know what they call it, but that's like a double-barrel shotgun.
That's what it looked like. And with Devontae Allen coming out of it, he looked like a 12-gauge shotgun. He runs it for the first down. And that moves the ball up to the Skyhawks 34 for a new set of downs for the Knights. 10:15 remaining here, first quarter. Score 16-14. Fowler gives it to Allen up the middle. And he moves the pile to the 30.
The St. Andrews line is starting to take effect on the defense.
Yeah, you can see the toll for sure. They're starting to take effect as the offensive line is starting to move and get that forward progress and pushing that defensive line the wrong way.
The old Sam Mills, keep pounding, or, the story about the guy trying to hit the rock. You keep hitting it with the sledgehammer, you keep hitting it, and eventually some cracks will. That's what we're starting to see is the cracks.
They'll come out, 2 to the right, 1 to the left. McCoy, the man at the bottom for this 2nd down and 6. Give it to Leggett. Leggett fights forward up to the 26, and a flag flies in. And I didn't see anything there.
Well,
we'll wait and see. There was something going on, but we'll wait and see who the flag is on.
Definitely somebody wasn't happy.
Uh-huh.
On the stop for Point University, Jordan Roberson.
And that's going to be a dead ball one, so that's going to move the ball 15 yards in one direction from where the ball lays.
Unless it's offsetting. We'll see what they call.
Yes, unless offsetting, correct.
Sometimes you get it both ways, but everybody's kind of calm for this flag in the middle of the pile.
Mm-hmm. Unless maybe there was a face mask on the tackle. Could be the only other thing you could think would might be happening.
9:22 left. It's a 2-point lead for St. Andrews, 16-14.
Here's the call.
After the play.
Dead ball.
Unsportsmanlike. Number 24 White.
Ooh, that goes against Point.
It's offsetting.
Blue. He's offset.
So they get Jaquarius Darnell, the senior defensive back from Auburn, Alabama, Auburn High School. for point. And then who was the one for?
I didn't catch the
Was it-
number on the second one.
52. It might have been 52. It was either 52 or 62. I don't remember what one he said. It was either Hendricks or McFadden who got hit for the Knights on that one. So offsetting penalties. Fowler set to throw. Got him in, and there's the flag that flies in as he was all over McCoy.
I think you're going to see a holding penalty instead of a pass interference based on where he threw the flag. That's where the contact was. That was probably before the ball got in the air, and he impeded. So that's going to be it'll be a first down for St. Andrews unless it's an offensive hold. But
On the defense, number 8.
And you act like you might have been to a football game or two. You spotted that one.
you wouldn't believe how many football games I've seen.
Is Quan Neal the one guilty there on that hold?
Otherwise, you see if it's pass interference, he'd have thrown the ball or thrown the flag somewhere down around the 10 or the 12-yard line.
Yep.
It still turns out to be about a 3 or 4 yard difference once you mark it off.
Puts the ball at the 16 here for the Knights, and they are now inside the Pizza Hut red zone. It's not too late.
PizzaHut.com.
Yeah, it's not too late to go to PizzaHut.com. Might have me some Pizza Hut tonight. As they stomped that. Oh, my. Hold on.
Fowler pulled it.
Fowler pulled that one.
On the quarterback keeper.
He may wish that he did. He got hit pretty hard,
He
too.
got hit hard as well
Dorsey.
because they hit Leggett a ton.
Points loaded up some guys up front. They're trying to dislodge that football.
Ball spotted at the Skyhawk 17.
A loss of 1 there on first down. Moves it back to the 17. Makes it a 2nd and 11 here for the Knights with 8:40. They lead 16-14 here in this ball game. But it has came at a cost for Point, losing their 2 backs so far in this game. Second and 11. Fowler tucks it. He takes off, finds a hole up the middle.
Flag on the play. It's coming back.
Yeah, that's a hold and coming back.
Stopped by number 99, DeQuan Dorsey, penalty blocker on the play.
And the sad thing is the hold is away from the play.
Way away from the play. That flag back at the 17.
Number 51, Blue. 10 yards from the spot of the foul. Second down.
That against St. Andrews on number 51 there. That's going to go against Desmond Anderson. And we just mentioned
Anderson.
him a couple plays ago.
We're bragging about the young man earlier, and now he gets flagged.
That big block he had there to spring the run from Fowler.
Earlier in this drive.
In this drive, yeah. Back at the 42.
Well, look at that clock disappearing over there. We're at 8:18 now.
And it's vanishing quick.
And I think what?
27-yard
So I looked at the –
At this point, had the ball this quarter?
they have not touched the ball yet this quarter. And something I'll say here after this play, Mark, is they line up trips right, McCoy to the bottom on this 2nd down and about 15. Fowler set to throw. Pressure. He's swarmed up the middle. He's still on his feet. Stays up. Stays up still. And he fights back to the 40, and it looked like he might have escaped, but he couldn't quite get out of there.
He was a shoestring away from getting away, and
He was not giving up as Dorsey was able to get in there on the sack.
At the Skyhawks 38.
That moves the ball back to the 38. They need the 7 for a first down, so it's going to bring up about a 3rd down and 21. But what I was saying real quick there before that play was the last 2 times these teams played each other, the duration of the game, they said, was 4 hours exactly. We are right now at 2 hours and 43 minutes, and we have 7.5 minutes of ball game action left.
yeah,
So,
we may get a close to a 3-hour game.
so this is a quick ball game compared to the last time these 2 teams met, but also a lot less scoring as well. The final score in the last game was 48-6,
Let's see
and
what
that's
this
going to be a
flag
delay
is
of game. That should be on all delay of game here.
Delay game, offense.
And it is a delay of game, which backs them up and makes it all the way back to the 43 now. So this is going to make it about a 3rd down and 27, 28-ish.
Yeah, something like that. Run a little throw or something in the flat. See if you can break something out. I don't know. Well, you may get one-on-one with the man on the top of the screen.
Fowler gets it and gives it off to
He dropped
Adams.
the
And he
ball.
puts it on the ground, but it's recovered by the Knights, it appears. Looks
Wow.
like there were a couple of nights we're able to get back on it.
He had some running room.
He did have some room as Zeke was able to recover that one, the freshman from Wilmington, North Carolina, and here comes the punting unit.
That's kind of like relay races. If you don't have that baton in your hand, you don't might as well not run anywhere.
Yeah, because you ain't making any traction without that baton. As it looks like they will punt this one away as Cook will move back, and he will kick it from his own 45. And, yeah, that football was just like the baton, just couldn't quite hold on to it as they rush a man off late. I don't know if they got him. And the flag's on there. They got 12 men on the field. That one's going to be fair caught at the 7. But
fair caught at the 6-yard line. Penalty marker on the play.
I don't know if you take the penalty, though, because it's not a first down.
It's not a first down, no.
And you've already pinned them back inside the 10-yard line.
Back at the 7. So I think you decline this penalty here.
Yeah, I think you decline it unless there's an option to take it at the end of the run.
And take it,
I don't
half the
think
distance.
I don't think there is an option on that one. But if it is an option, that's the option you take.
Yep, put them back at about the 5.
You don't want to replay.
No, because you got.
There is a flag. Well, that may be the same flag, but
Yeah,
down at the 3-yard line.
So how about a couple weeks ago, you were at the game with us, that Robinson game at the end when they were playing against Pleasant for the championship in Yakin Valley.
Oh,
and they
my
threw
gosh.
that flag, and it landed right inside the yellow.
yellow.
Nobody saw it. The broadcaster says, even the guy,
The PA
guy, everybody
now
says
the game's over. Yeah.
game's over, and they had a free play with no time down.
On the receiving team. Penalty is declined.
Yep.
First
Penalty
down.
decline, 12 men on the field, illegal substitution. And the ball will be back at the 8-yard line, and that's where Point will take over with the football. 6:15, trailing by 2 with the score, 16-14. The Knights trying to get their second win of the year and improve to 2-9 on the season.
Cook with 4 punts inside the 20, 2 inside the 10. That has been a big factor here. The field position has been horrific for Point for most of the day. 2 big plays we got a kick, an 80-yard punt or 80-yard kickoff return. You got that, 51-yard pass play?
58.
It was 58, okay.
58-yard pass play to start the game there from Gossett to Bryant.
Now, they've been open. They can try that again.
Gossett tries to get him to jump off sides. He's set to throw. Goes to Bryant, who makes the catch. Makes the catch out at the 17 to Emory Bryant.
On the stop for St. Andrews.
Pick up a
number
9.
23, Jalen Allen.
Allen with the stop there. It sounds like he's got some fans here today down there in the crowd.
Yeah, I think he does, doesn't he? Under 6 minutes to play.
Ball spotted at the Skyhawk 17.
Ball at 17 here, 2nd down and 9. Plenty of time still on the play clock. Gossick set to throw. And that one batted down.
Gossick pass knocked down.
You know
Good
what?
defense there by Collins.
They call that a Baker Mayfield.
Yes, they do.
We should lay off Baker Mayfield.
As we talk about Baker Mayfield, Gossick, I had to look here. I thought he was a little shorter than what the paper shows. It's got him listed at 6'2", so he is over 6 foot. Baker's
He
not.
doesn't look that tall. And what's the running back listed at? Because he's pretty much the same height.
Check what the back is here. The back is number 40. They got him listed at 5'8". As they run that one up the middle with Jones. And Jones gets enough for the first down and gets the 20.
Jones on the carry.
Somebody needs to check their ruler.
For a Skyhawks first down.
They got him listed at 6'2".
For St. Andrews.
And that's enough for the first down. With 5:20 remaining here in a 2-point ball game in the Appalachian Athletic Conference AAC NAIA football. Bryant in motion. Gossick set to throw. Got a man wide open, streaking the far side of the field, and he's going to run it in there easily for the touchdown. It's going to be number 85, number 88, Nick Marion set to throw.
Happens here.
Got a man wide open, streaking the far side of the field, and he's going to run it in there easily for the touchdown. It's going to be number 8. And that was pitch and catch right there. And that couldn't have been any easier, as that one hurts if you're a St. Andrews Knights fan, as the defense been good most of the day. Only allowed 2 big plays, and that one there hurt.
Yeah. Over 100 yards passing now with that one.
16-20 the score. They are going to go for 2 here. They're going to come out with 5 wideouts.
This makes sense here because this late in the game, that makes it a 6-point game. Would force you to make an extra point to tie.
They throw near side. That's out of the hands. And it's picked. They're going to say incomplete.
Oh, incomplete. Okay.
As that was in and out of the hands there of number 18, Leaks. He couldn't hold on to it. And almost picked off there by Laundre Heath Lewis, sophomore from South Meck High School in Charlotte, North Carolina. But now the score 20-6, a 4-point ball game yet again as you look at it with 4:49.
80-yard pass play to Nick Marion for that touchdown.
That was huge. Nick Marion for 80 yards, and that turned the ball game upside down yet again. As we have 4:49 in a 4-point ball game, the Knights trying to get their 2nd win of the year, and Point trying to get their 4th. Both teams trying to end on a high note this year.
Well, somebody's going to be really happy here in about 5 minutes.
Yes, they are.
Oh, well, a little bit less than 5 minutes on the clock. It may take us a half an hour to play it, though.
It very well could, as one team has 2 times. See here, the Knights have 2 timeouts, and I believe Point has all 3.
Coach Dave Fagg, who used to be the head coach at Davidson, he's been on a bunch of college staffs, old-time football guy, told me you always had this laminated card that the coach will take down on the field, and depend on the time and the difference in the score, whether or not you go for 1 or go for 2, and said you don't want to leave it to chance. You got to have your laminated card.
That laminated card has all the analytics and answers on it for the coaches. The one on the far side of the field for Trevor Zetters said go for 2. They went for it, and it remains a 4-point ball game. As that one's going to take a kick, and it's going to go out of bounds again.
But you see how close the player came to being down there to recover it.
Very close.
If that ball had taken a slightly different bounce, that might have been a recovery.
And that would have been a recovery and put the ball inside the Pizza Hut red zone, but instead bounces out just in time, and that'll put the ball at the 35. And the Knights have 4:49, trailing by 4, and plenty of time to punch it in.
We got a lot of time. If both these teams have been kind of methodical for the most part, except those big plays.
Does the senior quarterback of Andrew Fowler have a trick up his sleeve today on Senior Day? Let's see. 4:49 left and a chance to go out of here victorious.
Got trips right.
McCoy, the man at the bottom. He looks towards McCoy. Pressure gets to him. He flips it off to Allen, who takes a shot. And he slips and stays on his feet. Now work back across the field. And Allen turns it upfield. Look at Allen go. And a good run from Allen for the first down.
I was going to say check.
And he just ran about 100 yards. Now work back across the field. And Allen turns it upfield. Look at Allen go. I think. And a good run from Allen for the first, but the referee
no, an injured player down.
Okay, an injured player. I saw the referee there.
Oh, I thought I hit replay. Maybe I didn't. Sorry about that.
He ran about 100 yards to get 10 there, Mark.
Well, I tell you, I was thinking to myself, I should have said this out loud. When Fowler just kind of pitched that forward like a little option pitch, I'm thinking, boy, Allen is going to regret this because he got popped. He bounced off of him. He popped again, spun out of a tackle, then came all the way back across the field.
This doesn't. We got
We got players down on both sides of the field.
I saw her running across, and I was like.
So we got players on both sides.
Allen, the one down on the far side of the field.
He took a shot. He took about 3 shots.
Not sure who the man is down here on the near sideline for the Knights, but both players that are down are for St. Andrews. Allen now setting up on the far side of the field, which you can see at the corner of the screen. He's being tended to. Still can't identify the man here on the near side of the field for the Knights. But 4:34 remaining here. 14-20 the score, or 16-20 the score. Point able to take back the lead after the 80-yard touchdown strike there.
Yeah, you got another one over here on near sideline. The PA hadn't seen that one yet.
So we'll turn the camera down near side here if you want to flip that.
We can run that one in.
That's the other Knight that's down there on the field. He's now standing up here, shaking it off. Looks like number 51. It appears who that is.
Yeah, that's our
that's
left
Anderson.
tackle.
That's Anderson we've talked about a couple of times today. The sophomore. He's able to walk off now, so both Knights able to walk off under their own power, but a big piece of running there by Devontae Allen, able to get the first down for the Knights.
4:34 left.
The ball moved up to the 46 of the Knights with 4:20 remaining. Fowler gets the snap and is set to throw. Looks deep, got a man of McCoy and overthrows him. Neal on the coverage.
That was tight. I don't know if he could get that in that window or not. And probably a good thing he threw it wide.
Yeah, definitely.
Point has been coming after the quarterback pretty heavy.
Yes, they have. They have been bringing pressure so far here late in this third quarter and all the way through the fourth quarter on Andrew Fowler. Been able to get home a couple of times. They're going to put trips left. McCoy, the man on an island to the top. Low snap. Fowler able to dig it out. Pressure again. He takes off. Pulls it down and will run it. Gets to the 50, runs out of bounds, and takes a hit.
Yeah, that's
the sideline.
Yeah, that's a close play when he spun him that last little spin.
Yeah, it was definitely a close play there. That was pretty much official's decision on if he wanted to throw a late hit there on that one, but decided to keep.
Well, the sideline didn't react, so that probably tells us that's probably a good no call.
Yes, sir. Decided to keep the laundry in his pocket, and like you said, if the sideline doesn't react, typically it's a good clean call. Third down and 5 here for the Knights. Fowler throws middle of the field and batted down.
Well, that's a heck of a defensive play there.
That was a big defensive play as they tried to get that one to cook. Now you're in fourth down, trailing 3:40.
I think you got to go for it. You don't want to leave it in the chance of. This gives you two chances. You could, if you don't make it, then you still got the opportunity to stop and get the ball back.
Knights so far 0 for 2 on fourth down. So a big fourth down for the Knights. They'll line up trips right. McCoy to the left. Fowler sees the blitz, points it out. Leggett in the backfield. Fourth down and 5 here for the Knights. A big fourth down. Fowler throws into the flats to Leggett. Leggett turns the corner, lowers it, reaches for it.
It's going to be depending on the spot.
And it looks to be short by about a half a yard.
Yeah, we're there marking it short.
And Leggett took a shot reaching for that one.
His helmet got past the sticks. The football did not. And the football is what counts.
Yes, it is. And he put his full body in a dangerous, vulnerable position when he jumped and reached. And he got hit square in the ribs. There was 2 defenders there to hit him. And he is down on the far side of the field.
So we got 3:33 left.
Plenty of time.
But you can't afford to give up first down. So you need to get a stop if you're St. Andrews.
And another big thing, real quick, since we're thinking about it and talking about it, remember how we said you can't remember the last time you were out there on the field? You have to forget a new play. Well, the last time the defense was out on the field, they gave up an 80-yard touchdown. They have to forget that. They have to get back to what they've been doing all game, and they got to make a stop here.
You gotta trust your teammates.
As you see the score over there, the scoreboard, 3:33 remaining, 20-16 the score. Point University on top. And we have a battle in the Appalachian Athletic Conference NAIA final week of football.
I don't know. Are they measuring?
They're measuring it. That doesn't even look close from our vantage point.
Well, let's see. When they pull it tight, let's see what it is. Yeah, it's short.
Half a yard short, yeah.
Yep.
And that's the right spot, too. As you see Leggett walking off the field under his own power there.
That's a heck of a tackle over there.
It was.
Because it looked like he was going to get the first down, and then all of a sudden there was no more forward progress.
Head coach Robert Curtin still has time here. They still got 3:33 left in this ball game, so no reason to panic yet. Just play your ball game and take your time. Just make sure the defense makes the plays. The official still standing over the ball. First down and 10 here for Gossett. Gives it to Jones. Gets the edge, turns the corner, turns it upfield. And Jones gets a big chunk of yards, and he's running towards the end zone. He's brought down from behind at the 10, and a huge run there from Jones.
Yeah,
that was big.
It looked like they had him kind of bottled up.
Turns it upfield, and Jones gets a big chunk of yards, and he's running towards the end zone.
Down the field.
He's brought down from behind at the 10, and a huge run there from Jones. Grass in front.
And they're in field goal range now. That's a 4-point game. They could push it to 7 if that's not what they want. But even if you take a field goal here.
Ball spotted out the 10. Just a reminder, Pizza Hut Red Zone, a proud sponsor of 485 Sparks and a proud sponsor of the Pizza Hut Red Zone. Not too late to go there.com. Go there to pizzahut.com. As Jones takes off again. He'll pick up about 4.
On the stop on the carry for Point University, number 40, Isaac Jones.
Isaac Jones with the tackle there.
Second goal.
Jones ran him down.
6-yard line.
And a timeout called here by Point. Now they're going to signal St. Andrews.
Yeah, I was going to say
okay,
Point.
He pointed towards
Point wants that clock to keep running.
Yeah, he pointed towards Point. The White Hat did a first, and then he changed it and pointed towards St. Andrews with 2:45. A score, 16-14. Point on top with the ball at the 6, facing a second down in goal here. And, man, this is going to be a tough one to take if the Knights fall to Point, able to hold control of this game for the majority of the second half. But that big 80-yard touchdown play puts Point back on top. And the result for the team that traveled from West Point, Georgia up here has been big plays. And the 2 big plays have been big, and they've really put them in good positions to put 14 points on the board. After the timeout, the 2 teams head back out there. Second down and goal from the 6. Jones in the backfield. Brian now in motion. Jones gets it. And he turns the corner, and he's right at the goal line, but stopped.
Isaac Jones on the carry for Point University.
He gets the ball to the 2. And Turner with the top brings up a 3rd down and goal with the ball from the 2, and a timeout called again by head coach Robert Curtin here on the near sideline.
How many timeouts now has St. Andrews got left?
I think they got 1 left, I believe. I believe St. Andrews has 1 timeout left here.
Ball spotted at the Knights 2-yard line.
We got 2:33 left. A touchdown almost certainly would put it out of reach.
Yeah.
Or almost put it out of reach.
It would almost put it out of reach, like you said.
It would be 2 possessions.
And it would be tough to overcome that with 2:33. But we've seen it. I mean, think about it. The NFL, we saw a team that was trailing by, was it 14? Come back in like a minute and a half?
Yeah.
That's very rare, but we have seen it happen this year.
You have to have a break if you get down that far.
You have to get an onside kick, and you have to have some big plays.
St. Andrews needs to get a stop. If they can get a stop, hold it to a field goal, or get a stop, then you got to feel like you still got a chance.
You're bringing the house here. you are bringing the house here on this 3rd down and goal with the ball at the 2. I think every linebacker and every man is coming besides your corners on a blitz. Hopefully you hit the right hole and are able to stop Jones.
See if they just toss it to Jones on a sweep
And
left.
a timeout called here from Point now.
Point saw what the defense was set up as. Now they're coming into the.
And that's not a bad call if you're the head coach of Trevor Zetters on the far side of the field. First-year head coach over there for Point University. Trying to get his 4th win of the season and go up to 3-2 in conference. And for a first-year head coach, Mark, let me ask you, I know you finished under 500 on the season, but to come out and be over 500 in conference, do you still feel like that's a win in your books as a first-year head coach?
Oh yeah, of course it depends on where you start. You know, if you replace somebody that won 10 games last year, obviously not. But
No.
and it depends on what the situation was when you started. It depends on what the situation is, despite the record. Records don't always tell the story. You know, I talked to Coach Curtin the other day about, you know, I thought his offense looks pretty good. We've been doing this now for 3 seasons.
Yes.
Previously, I think they won some on just physical talent, but not many prior to this season. But they didn't look crisp. They didn't look organized. And I think now the offense particularly looks much more organized.
As we're set up here for the 3rd and goal with the ball at the 2. A big 3rd and goal here. Gossick under center. Gives it to Bryant, who goes right. Gets the edge, jumps
Touchdown.
across the line, and a touchdown for the Skyhawks. We don't want to say that's the dagger, but it could be.
Well, it's a 10-point margin now. This is the little card tells you kick the extra point here would make it 11.
The little card agrees with you on the far side of the field, and they send the kicker out there to kick the extra point.
Got that laminated card.
Martinez, the kicker. The snap, plays, hold, kick. It's up, and it is good. And a flag, and there's the chippiness.
Well, I thought St. Andrews was offside, but maybe not. But that's not what's flagged. This is a unsportsmanlike,
I believe. That's what I would go with.
Here comes the official.
Personal foul, unnecessary roughness, number 54 blue. The attitude of kickoff.
Yeah, that's not what you want.
That's against Devin Turner. And not to call Devin Turner out or anything, but Devin Turner, a senior defensive tackle from Salisbury, West Rowan, should have known better than that one.
They don't teach you that at West Rowan, I can tell you that. Perry's not here with us today. Perry is a graduate of West Rowan.
Yep.
Had some great football teams up there through the years. Particularly when Scott Young was the head coach up there, the late Scott Young. And
they were actually in action last night, West Rowan was.
They're pretty good team there.
Looked like they were going to pull out a upset last night there, Mark, against the number 2 team of West Henderson in the 3A. They were up late in that ball game with about 4 minutes. I think the score was like 35-28, 35-24, somewhere in there, and they ended up falling 35-38 in that game. So, heartbreaker.
I've been covering football since 1980. I've been hit on the sideline one time.
Yeah.
It was at West Henderson. It was about 25 degrees. It was a Western Regional 3A championship. And Tracy Johnson for Kannapolis, A.L. Brown, went on to play for the Houston Oilers, Clemson Tigers, a couple other teams. Tracy comes rolling over the sideline. I'm taking pictures. And Tracy's helmet hit me right in the side of the head.
Oh, my.
Marty Price, the photographer for the Observer, Charlotte Observer that night, was right beside of me. It knocks his camera out, knocks the hot shoe flash off the top, and goes flying everywhere. I don't even hit the ground. The A.L. Brown players caught me and held me up. And I'm thinking, oh, my gosh, how bad does my head hurt?
You sound like you took a shot.
I took a shot, a helmet right to my bare head at 25 degrees.
That definitely was a painful hit. And that one hits in the end zone. Yeah, and
Well, now what you've got, you need
a quick strike.
you need touchdown and an onside kick recovery. So you've got to find a way to get down the field. You practice this. You've got 2-minute drills. You don't take huge throws down the field unless it's there. You'll probably see some short throws, run to the sideline, get out of bounds, get it stopped. And a lot of times you'll see teams practice these in their walkthroughs the day before the game. They'll do and they'll do it just on air. They'll throw it on air. They know, okay, I'm going to go 7 yards out and run out of bounds, and just go down the field as quickly as you can.
As they come out here with the offense, possibly the last time for some of the seniors. Fowler, middle of the field, finds Crowder and can't hold on to it.
Pass incomplete, intended receiver number 87, Dante Crowder.
Now, the one thing you can do, if you get first down, that stops the clock to move the chains. Crowder would not have had the first down unless he broke a tackle. So that would have kept the clock running.
He would have caught the ball at the 30, needing the 35 for the first down. Second 10, 2:24 with the clock stopped. Fowler set to throw. Unleashes one deep here to McCoy, and McCoy couldn't locate it as that was over his outside shoulder and about a yard deep.
Good tight coverage, and using that sideline again as another defender.
Coverage put on there by Neal.
Now you got 2 plays here to make 10 yards. I heard somebody downstairs, come on, guys, the game's not over yet.
It is not. There is still 2:18 remaining here, so it is not over. Still plenty of time for the Knights. Third down and 10 with the ball at their own 25. Fowler, pressure starts to get to him. He has to escape. And he's going to be drugged down from behind as he throws that one into the sideline there of the Knights, but a flag back at the 15.
They may
I would
decline this holding
that.
penalty. We'll see. Unless I'm pretty sure it's a holding penalty.
It's in the area of holding back in the middle of the field at the 15. Have to think that's a hold against the Knights.
Do you want one play for 10 or 2 plays for 20?
It is declined. That's
okay.
against Anderson, number 51.
With this down and distance, I think that's what I would do.
I think that's the right call. Brings up a 4th down and 10 here for the Knights. And this here is for the ball game. They have yet to convert on a 4th down. Have been close twice.
Yeah.
Just have not got it. Can this one be the one where they convert? Is the 4th time a charm for the Knights? Fowler throws. Far side, got Cook over his head and intercepted at midfield. That one picked off there by Dukes.
Yeah, he cost his team about 30 yards, but of course.
Devion Dukes, the senior, able to come away with it, and that should be the ball game, folks.
St. Andrews out of timeouts.
I think they might have one left.
If they got one left.
I think they have one. I could be wrong, but I think they might only have one timeout left.
I thought he had a chance on that throw, but it's just a little bit too far.
And that was with the wind at his back, so it was pushing the ball. Not a whole lot of wind, but it definitely could have been a factor there and pushed the ball over the head of Cook. The ball spotted at the 49 of the Skyhawks. They had it on the right hash, and now they move it to the middle of the field.
And they're going to go into
looks like close to a victory formation
not
here,
quite,
but not quite. As Gossett
might run a play or two.
Has Jones behind him with 2:02. There's the snap. Gives it to Jones. Near side, and he's hit. Is that? Nope, that's not Jones. That's Raspin with the carry, 25.
On the stop for St. Andrews, number 42.
He did the smart thing. He was close to the sideline, and then he turned back in. If you're point, the last thing in the world you want is to go out of bounds.
Good stop there by the senior linebacker of Austin Hunt.
Your man Jones is back in there now, I think.
Yep, Jones back in there now at the back position.
I don't know how he's kept such a white jersey as much as he's played, as much mud is out in the middle of the field, but most of the jersey's looking white.
Most of the jersey is white. O'Brien's jersey, though, looks like he's been through the trenches. Number 6, the receiver to the top. Had a huge game, Brian has.
Yeah, he has.
Gossick under center. And delay a game.
Delay game on the offense. 5 yards.
Now to move the ball back 5 yards and put the ball back at the Skyhawks 45, and the ball, or the clock will start on the snap.
So you got second down. He can probably take knees from here if they choose to, and it looks like that's what they're going to do. Now they
Hand it off to Jones. Jones, far side, turns it upfield. He'll pick up 2 there.
Isaac Jones on the carry for the Skyhawks.
Okay, they'll have one more play.
One more.
Actually, two now. St. Andrews took time out with 56 seconds left. It's still a slight possibility to get the football back.
Yes, there is.
Third down and 11.
He's up at 3rd and 11 with 56 seconds left. At this rate right here, I don't want to count my chickens
Well, let's
for
see
the hatch.
if you take a knee. If you take a knee,
Take a knee here, but no timeouts.
they spot the ball with about probably 5 or 6 seconds, 40 seconds.
Well, if you take a knee, that puts you down 40. That gives you 16 seconds left.
Yeah, something like that.
Because it's 40 play clock.
Well, depending upon how long it takes them to spot the ball ready
True.
for play.
So you're looking at about 14, 15 seconds, say something. Call
Well,
it 12.
no, of course, that play clock will start. So, no, just as soon as they touch the knee, the play clock will reset.
Reset. So it should be somewhere around about 16 to 15 seconds if they do decide to take a knee here. So the Knights could see the ball one final time. As Point comes back out after the timeout. Ball spotted at the 48 of Point. Gossick under center. He'll keep it himself and run and slide down back at the 48.
So play clock now starts. There's a 5-second difference.
No gain.
No gain here.
Maybe 6 seconds difference.
7 seconds. That's just the only reason I saw it because it had a 30 and a 37. 7 seconds difference between the game clock and the play clock. And it looks like Point's going to leave the offense out there on the field.
If it's me, I'd take it all the way down to 1 second, call a timeout, and then punt it. If you fail on 4th down right here, you give the ball on this end of the field, you can take a Hail Mary to the end zone. You're still gonna win.
They take the delay a game.
Okay.
So there is 6 seconds. You were right. Good call. I saw a 7 when it was a 0.
My math skills are incredible, right?
You're on it. See, I saw 30 and 37, but they stopped it at 6.
It's
so
hard when those two clocks are moving.
It is. It's very tough. I looked at one. I saw 30, and then it said 37. But your math skills were on point. I didn't do math. I just looked. As we are set here with 6 seconds left in the ball game, ball spotted at the Skyhawks 42, and the offense still out there on the field, and it looks like they might just run around.
This game is over. Just a matter of whether or not
if the Knights get the ball back, or if the Skyhawks just run around in the backfield.
That's what you're gonna do, and that's
Gossip's running around, still
he's
running.
Just, he's gonna,
2, 1, and then he goes down.
Yep, and that's the ball game.
And that is the ball game with the final score, 27-16. Point University able to get the win today.
The 2022 season for St. Andrews football. We thank
And,
you so much for coming out to Knights Field and supporting Knights football.
Mark, you want to step aside real quick, get our stats all refreshed and come back?
Let's do that. We'll be back with you just in a moment here. We'll watch them as they go out here.
Welcome back into Laurinburg, North Carolina, where the St. Andrews Knights fall to the Point University Skyhawks 27-16. Here's a quick look at our scoring drives throughout the game.
Yeah, let's look back at the scoring replays. Play set up by a 51 or 58-yard pass play that went to Emory Bryant, and then later in that drive, Deontay Etman, a 1-yard run, Giovanni Martinez with the kick, and with a minute and 58 seconds into the game, it was 0.7-0. St. Andrews answers after an interception. Monte Williams gets the pick, sets up good field position. St. Andrews has to settle for the field goal. Cameron McFadder from 25 yards out. Then Point gets a kickoff return from Emory Bryant on the ensuing kickoff. Giovanni Martinez with the kick, and just like that, it went from 7-3, 14-3. St. Andrews gets a nice play from Andrew Fowler in the third quarter. 31-yard run. Cameron McFadder with the kick made it 14-10. And then St. Andrews, the defense stands up. They get good field position. They drive it down the field. It took only 2 plays, 29 yards. And Aronson Cook, 16-yard pass reception from Andrew Fowler. The kick for Cameron McFadder failed. That left the score at 16-10 with 1:02 left in the third quarter. It was looking pretty good. St. Andrews driving the football, had basically run off over half of the fourth quarter clock and then stalled. Point got the football back. They had a couple of plays inside the 10, and then a pass play on a broken coverage. Nick Marion, 80-yard pass reception from Mitchell Gossett. A 2-point conversion pass by Gossett failed. At that point, it was 20-16 with 4:49 left in the football game. St. Andrews got it back with an opportunity to try to come down and take the lead. Could not do it. Emory Bryant gets a 2-yard run after a good short field as St. Andrews had turned the ball over. It was a 4-play, 55-yard drive in 2 minutes and 21 seconds, and then St. Andrews one more possession, had to turn it over on downs. Point ran out the clock. 27-16 is your final score.
A real good game here in Laurinburg for the Appalachian Athletic Conference. After the game, the Knights fall to 1-10 on the season, 1-4 overall. And the Point University Skyhawks improved to 4-7 on the year, 3-2 in conference after getting the win today.
This is, I think, is going to be the frustrating thing for St. Andrews when you look at this stat sheet. St. Andrews, 27 first downs.
They won the battle.
12 for Point. Passing first downs, 10. Rushing, 9. They got 8 by penalty.
Wow.
That's a lot of penalty yardage. Third down efficiency, neither team's going to be happy with that. 20% for St. Andrews, 29%. Total plays, 79-55. St. Andrews wins that one.
Led that.
They win the total yardage battle, 335-308. You subtract out 3 big plays, and almost all of Point's offense is gone.
Yeah.
Well, the kick return doesn't count in that total yardage.
That does not.
But you got a 58-yarder, an 80-yarder. That's 138 yards of that 308.
Yeah. And that's 2 of the 4 completions that they had.
150 yards passing to 100 for St. Andrews. 4 of 17 for Point. 22 of 44. Net yards per play, here's the big difference. 8.8 for Point. 4.1. 4.1 is still pretty good.
Yeah, that's a solid average. You would take that most weeks. 4.1 average, just Point. Those big plays we talked about, they added up. That's where that 8.8 comes from.
3 turnovers for St. Andrews also.
That hurt.
A big factor. That hurt. They only got 1 back.
And only 2 for Point.
Time of possession, St. Andrews wins the battle, 31-58, but to 28-02, and now that's pretty much it.
Time of possession won by the Knights.
Leading rusher.
Every category.
Got to find a way to get more rushing out of somebody besides just your quarterback. I think that's one thing that you're going to see next season.
Then you look there at the other 2 that are underneath of him. Both of them are seniors as well. Dennis Leggett and then Devontae Allen's only a junior, so disregard. But the top 2 rushers you got, your quarterback and then Leggett, both seniors.
Yeah.
Your next one is Devontae Allen, who's a junior, And he had 23 yards.
Allen looked good at times, I
did.
thought.
But they got a lot of young talent still at the running back position as well. You got Williams, who can run it, and he's a freshman. And then you got Ant Carpenter, who's a freshman. So I wouldn't.
Allen with 6 receptions today, led the way. Cook had 5 receptions.
And Cook, he's a sophomore, so Cook can return. He is the leader here. But we heard during the senior day that McCoy was honored during senior day here, the transfer from Southern Miss. So question to know if he'll return next year. He does have eligibility left, but will he return would be the question.
Let's look at the defensive stats. 99 Joyner, 4 total hits, 2 solos. They spread it around pretty good. Monte Williams with 6 total hits.
Trevor Collins.
Look at Austin Hunt, though. Austin Hunt, number 42.
13 total tackles.
Yeah.
The leader of the defense.
Yeah. So Austin Hunt, you got spread around 4, 3, 1, 1. Pretty good balance on your defense. You got some, some good plays out there. So there's some things to build on. Sacks, Joyner got 1, Collins got 1. That 1 interception for Williams, and we've got
an interception by Williams.
1, 2, 8 pass breakups. That's a lot of pass breakups. You don't see a lot of pass breakups.
No, most of the time it's just dropped or intercepted. But yeah, pass breakups. You don't see that many.
I want to look at punting here for a second. Not a great average. They're showing inside the 23. That number's wrong. He was inside the 24 times.
Yeah, he was.
Because one was at the 19.
19, 11,
19,
and 10.
11, 10, and 7. So,
yeah.
So they're missing one of his inside the 20. They'll correct that on film, I'm sure.
Yeah, he had 4 inside the 20, like you just mentioned there, for sure.
Well, I guess that's going to wrap it up here. You want to take us out here?
Yeah, I can take us out. First off, I want to start off by saying thank you for letting me come up here again for the third straight year and letting me do this with you. I really appreciate it. I always enjoy the weekends coming up here with you guys. And Laurinburg it's always fun here to call these games, as the final week of the NAIA football season has come to a conclusion here in Laurinburg, North Carolina, where the Knights fall to 1-10 on the season and 1-4 in conference, while Point University improves up to 4-7. 3-2 in conference here, and was a heartbreaker here for the Knights today, and it's been fun to come out here and enjoy all these ball games for sure. And with the final thoughts of mine, I think there's a lot of potential for the Knights to grow into the future. I'm looking forward to next year has in store for them, but I don't know. It's just the final week of football, and it's hard to go away from it.
Yeah, you don't know. We're not quite as emotional as the seniors are that's playing their last game, and they're gonna have to go to grad school or find a job.
Exactly.
But I want to thank everybody here at St. Andrews for giving us a great place to broadcast from, and giving us anything we needed to, and we're just glad for the opportunity. And the whole community here surrounds St. Andrews and supports them. We're driving in on Highway 74 this morning. There's a flashing billboard that says "Welcome St. Andrews alumni."
Yeah.
And so that's nice and something to build on. Coach Robert Curtin, we've talked to him a number of times during the season, and he's really excited about this. He wants to make St. Andrews a magnet for Scotland, Richmond, and all the surrounding counties around here. He and I talked one day. There's a lot of high school football talent.
There is.
In this area.
A ton.
And, if you can get the ones that kind of slip through the cracks from the other guys, because there's a lot of guys that don't get opportunities. The one thing that they've got to work on is scholarship, financial aid, and things of that nature to help the student athletes who might not be able to afford a full price college education.
Yes, sir.
And so that's something that's beyond our pay grade. That's beyond the coach's pay grade. But we know that that's something that needs to happen.
Yes, sir.
To make St. Andrews even more successful. But again, we want to thank everyone. Denver Yost, the sports information director, just popped his head up and thanked us. And I know he's getting ready to write up a game story and get ready to go. But again, just a tough loss today.
Yes, it was.
Felt like this one could have been in the win column, and just 3 big plays really turned it around.
Yes, sir. As the final score today was 27-16. The Point University Skyhawks defeat the St. Andrews Knights here in Laurinburg on the final week of NAIA football on Veterans Day weekend. Thank you, everyone, for hanging out with us all year long. The 485 crew is the one who's brought you all the broadcast. Mark Plemons, Perry Gabriel, and all everybody who's helped us throughout the whole time. I'm James Mellick. Thank you, guys, and we will see you again next year at St. Andrews University. All rights of this broadcast belong to St. Andrews University. Please contact St. Andrews University for all rights.